the regularly scheduled meeting of the Redondo Beach Planning Commission on Thursday, July 16th, 2020. This virtual meeting is held pursuant to Executive Order N29-20 issued by Governor Newsom on March 17th, 2020. All Planning Commission members are participating by virtual meeting. Members of the public may only participate by Zoom, email, or e-comment. This is again a regular meeting at 7:01. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Present.
Commissioner Topero?
Here.
Commissioner Stretzenberg?
Here.
Commissioner Ung?
Here.
Commissioner Hensley?
Here.
Commissioner Glad?
Here.
And Chair Elder?
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who do I have video? Commissioner Stretzenberg, would you lead us in the salute to the flag, please?
Yes,
I think you might be muted. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
That was different.
We'll try and we'll get better at this. Is there a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rodriguez, seconded by Commissioner Topero to approve the order of the agenda. We'll go through with our first roll call vote of the night. Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Yeah, I've actually got my hand here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw that.
Pretty quick. I would like to ask that we change the order of agenda to move item N, items from staff, to before item J, simply because the items from staff tonight that are listed for this evening may affect some proceedings in J and after that. So if we get those, there's just two quick ones, items from staff that are listed on the list that we got. If we can move those before item J. So friendly amendment to that motion.
The motion to approve the
Or substitute motion, either one.
Anyone else have anything? Okay, we have, do we need a roll call vote on that?
Yes, sir.
Well, did the original motion maker agree to that, or is that a substitute motion?
Yeah, I agree to the friendly amendment.
Right, we have I'll take a roll call vote on the motion to approve the order agenda as modified with item N coming before item J. Did I capture that correctly?
Yes.
Excellent. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Vice Chair Glad.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. We have a new order for the agenda. This takes us to our consent calendar. These are business items, except those formally noticed for public hearing or discussion that are assigned to the consent calendar. Commission members may request that any consent calendar items be removed, discussed, and acted upon separately. Items removed from the consent calendar will be taken up under the excluded consent calendar section below. Those items remaining on the consent calendar will be approved in one motion following oral communications. Would any commissioners like to make any modifications to the consent calendar? And I see Commissioner Hensley, your hand is up.
Yeah, can I pull item E2 and E3?
Okay, E2 and E3. And Commissioner Stretzenberg, sorry, your name got shortened on my display. You had your hand up as well?
That's fine. Commissioner Hensley Cafford, I wanted to pull E2 as well.
Okay, perfect. Is there a motion to approve items E1 and E4 from the consent calendar? Oh, sorry. Yes, Vice Chair Glad.
Yeah, can we also pull item E1 as well, please? I have a correction I need to make.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve item E4 from the consent calendar?
So moved by Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Strutzenberg, seconded by Commissioner Hensley to approve consent calendar item E4. Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Taparo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Glad.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. Item E4 is approved. This takes us to our excluded consent calendar items, which are E1, E2, and E3. For item E1, approve affidavit of posting of Planning Commission regular meeting of July 16th, 2020. Vice Chair Glad, I believe you had something for that?
Oh, am I looking at the wrong one? I was trying to do the, sorry, I meant to do the one for the minutes.
Okay, E2 or E3?
Oh, sorry, yeah, I was thinking that was E1 from the June 18, the minutes
That's
from the last meeting.
Is there a motion then to approve item E1?
Commissioner Strutzenberg, so moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Strutzenberg, seconded by Vice Chair Glad to approve item E1. Commissioner Strutzenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Glad,
Yes.
and I will also vote yes.
And I will vote yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The participant list keeps shifting on me. I'm having a hard time keeping track. I apologize.
It's okay. We'll keep you legal.
Thank you. Yeah, please keep me honest here, everyone. That takes us to item E2, approved minutes of the regular Planning Commission meeting of June 18th, 2020. Who has some modifications there?
I have a correction.
Yes.
On page number 9, the fourth paragraph, it says Vice Chair Glad added that parks can park along the street. Should be cars can park along the street. And that was the only change that I had.
Anyone have any objections to that modification?
No, that was one of mine as well.
Perfect. Anyone else have any other modifications they'd like to make? Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, that was, she captured, Commissioner Glad captured the first one. The second one, I'm trying to get to the right page here. Page 18 of the packet, I believe. Scrolling down to it.
Page 10 of the minutes.
Yes, thank you. Page 10 of the minutes, page 18 of the packet, the bottom paragraph where the motion carried 5-2 with Commissioner Hensley abstaining and Commissioner Strutzenberg opposed. I believe that should be the motion carried 5-1.
I saw that as well.
Yeah, that was this Commissioner Hensley. That's actually going to be my comment. And there's another one on. Wait, hold on. That was page 10.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, last sentence of page 10.
Yeah. So is it 5-1 or 5-1-1 or I don't know how they want to say that. But.
Yeah, perhaps staff could give us some direction there.
Yeah, it should be 5-1 with abstaining by Commissioner Hensley. And the other thing that we've talked about in the past is when there's abstentions, I believe there needs to be a reason stated, and I don't see that recorded here.
That's correct.
We've run into trouble with that before.
I believe that is the rule, but I don't believe a reason was actually given at that time.
Oh, I did say the reason, but it's not in the minutes. So
Yeah.
I actually had more edits in general, but I wasn't didn't get time to make them for tonight. But so I can correct that. Let me think. Yeah, the reason I stated that.
Sorry, I was just going to say for that particular issue, you're right. You did provide a reason. It wasn't reflected. It should be reflected. So we'll make sure that that's addressed.
Yeah, the video can be reviewed to fill that in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that a sufficient motion if we make that edit?
I think we could move to, so we would do what? Move to make the corrections identified and to add the reason for the abstention based on whatever's reflected in the video and to bring it back at the next Planning Commission meeting?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Is that a motion,
Yes.
Commissioner? Okay, I'll second that.
Are there any other modifications anyone would like to make to the minutes before we push those off?
Mhm.
Sorry, I just had one on page 2. Just before public hearings, Chair Elder reported discussing item N1 with Councilmember Grand. Just spelling Councilmember Grand name correctly, minor typographical. And Commissioner Hensley, I see your hand is up. Did you have some further ones, or are we making a motion?
No, Ed, it's just a comment that I wanted to make on the public hearing I2 for the Starbucks. Oh, no, sorry, that wasn't I2. It was the Starbucks business. I1, I apologize. I just wanted to state that I actually had my hand up when the motion was being made, and I was going to do a substitute motion at the time. But I just wanted to state I didn't reject the project. I just wanted other conditions. But I just wanted to make that clear that I wasn't against the project, even though I voted against the motion. So no edits, just comment.
Okay. There's a motion to bring these back at our next meeting then with the edits made.
I believe Commissioner Glad, Vice Chair Glad, did you make that motion? If you did, I will second that.
I did make that motion.
Excellent. So we have a motion by Commissioner Glad, seconded by Commissioner Strutzenberg. Unless anyone else has anything, here comes the roll call vote. Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Vice Chair Glad.
Yes.
I apologize, this order keeps shifting around me. Did I miss anyone? All right, thank you. Oh, and I'll also vote yes. So we'll hear that again next month. Sorry, thank you, everyone. That brings us to item E3, receive and file strategic plan update. No new update for this month. And I forget who pulled this, but did anyone have comment?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Hensley. I did. I know that there's no updates, but I went back and checked the last update. I just had a quick question for staff. In the last update that was out from a few meetings ago, the commissioners were supposed to get email addresses from the city, and I was just wondering if that could be updated, what the status of that is.
We actually do not have an update for you at this time. There is a reason why they were not provided to you yet, and I don't have that information in front of me.
I'd have to take that to our department head meeting next week. I know that we were in the process of working on that. COVID hit. There's been a lot that's happened as a result of that has taken priority as far as what has been the forefront. So I'll find out where we're at with getting the business cards and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. So I'll make a motion to approve item E3.
The motion,
Commissioner Strutzenberg, second.
motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Commissioner Strutzenberg to approve item E3. I've written down your names independently of Zoom. So Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Vice Chair Glad.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. So that motion passes unanimously. That brings us now to audience oath. And thank you to staff for the audience oath. So for anyone who's on the phone or on Zoom or providing any type of testimony tonight or who'll be speaking to us, do each of you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
I do. Thank you. Quick question for staff. Does that satisfy the audience
Actually,
oath requirement?
What I was thinking I would do really quick is unmute all the attendees and have them indicate aye as well.
You did there.
I believe so.
Pardon me?
I believe so, but I think that we'll want to just verify when we come to an agenda item, just, we recognize that the people who are on this particular section have said yes. We'll want to verify if there's anybody speaking on a public hearing item as an attendee, that we'll want to make sure that they have sworn the oath. So we can just ask
Okay.
if they've sworn.
I mistook this to be the audience oath, so
confirm the oath.
is that not accurate?
Perfect, thank you. And if I forget that, someone please remind me.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and unmute.
That brings us to ex parte communications. This section is intended to allow all officials the opportunity to reveal any disclosure or ex parte communication about the following public hearings. Commissioner Hensley, any ex parte communications?
Yes, I'm going to just restate the same ones I stated at the last month's hearing and on item J1. And all of them are the same except for additional communication with staff. So for item J1, I've spoken to the public, spoken to staff, and I've talked with the applicant. I also walked the site with the applicant in November 2019, and I attended one of the applicant's public outreach meetings in November 2019. That's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Taparo.
I just had some short emails with applicant Bureau.
Thank you. Commissioner Rodriguez.
I had a discussion with the applicant, Nick Barrow, with regards to his project and other citizens as well.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes, I as well have had communication with Mr. Bureau, the applicant, and have walked the site with him. And I've also had communication with the owner, Mr. Portner, and the public.
Thank you. Commissioner Ung.
No communications, but I was curious on item K1, whether there are any need for disclosure based on proximity to the corridor. That's the subject.
Yeah, so that particular item is not a public hearing for starters. So it's not deciding on anything. It's for discussion. We do have a request into the city attorney's office, so that when we do have the public hearing to determine if anybody would need to recuse themselves. I don't think so, because this is a more broad, it impacts everybody as long as you're not a particular business owner in that area. But we're going to verify that with the city attorney's office by the next meeting when it is up for a public hearing. So this is just a discussion item at this time.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. None to disclose.
Thank you. Vice Chair Glad.
Yes, for item J1, I had communications with the applicant.
Perfect. Thank you. And my own ex parte disclosure is for item J1. Prior to the last meeting, I'd spoken with the applicant on 2 occasions. I had reviewed a lot of the social media postings regarding the project. I discussed it with staff, with a couple of neighbors of the property. And since the last meeting, I've spoken with RBUSD Board of Education member Raymer Flynn. And then for item K1, just for an interest of disclosure, I've attended the GPAC meetings, the NRBBA meeting, a public forum. I've discussed this with council members MD, Grant, and Gran, as well as a number of residents.
I guess, yeah, if we're supposed to disclose in terms of K1, I mean, it's just a discussion item. We're not actually voting on anything, but I'm actually on the GPAC, so a whole lot with regard to that. The public, the rest of the GPAC, various city council members, but I don't think we have to disclose for that one because it's a discussion item, right? Okay.
Right.
I think so. I'm just trying to be safe.
My apologies for chiming in. I just wanted to let you know, for the record,
Right.
we
This
didn't say
takes
it
us
during
to
consent. But I
Section
wanted,
J, items
oops.
continued from previous
Can't hear
agendas,
me.
old business. Item J1 is a...
Chair Elder.
Oh, yes, sorry.
I'm so sorry. I
I apologize.
interrupted.
I had my hand up.
Oh, sorry.
This is for staff. Similar to Commissioner Young, I'm also interested about the. I also live near Aviation Boulevard, so I would be interested, or affected potentially. So I would be very interested in the response next month.
We'll have that information prior to the meeting. So if we get a determination from the city attorney's office that anybody would need to recuse themselves, we'll make sure that you would know, but in advance of the meeting, just so that you're not surprised at the time. But like I said, we have that inquiry in and expect to get that back in the next week or so.
Very good. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah.
May I interject before you
Perfect, thank
continue?
So we are on item J now. Items
We had done the amendment to the order.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. No, thank you for catching that. Yes. Item N, items from staff.
So for items for staff, you do have the blue folder item that was accepted regarding the matrix of the referrals to staff. There were two that we said that we would be providing answers at tonight's meeting. The first one I'm going to address, and that's regarding, there was that inquiry last month about if you could reopen the public hearing. And out of the abundance of caution, we didn't reopen it. And we did put a request into the city attorney. The Planning Commission can make a motion to reopen the public hearing at the same meeting to consider the additional public testimony. But you would need to make sure you're affording that opportunity to everyone in the public. And so out of the best practices, you probably want to just keep it open through your discussion as much as you possibly can to get any questions out before closing that public hearing. Only because in this circumstance, it doesn't take much to just click off on a Zoom because you've already made your comment and not realize that you had another opportunity or there was another open discussion that came with that. So just out of the abundance of caution, try and keep that hearing open through what you think you're going to need to get any questions of the applicant and for that public testimony. I think that's it for that particular item, and so we'll have that going forward.
The other item was at N2, is that correct? Yeah. The other item that was referred to us was, I think, when Commissioner Strutzenberg raised the issue in the email that we had sent to you that provided guidance that you not speak with your fellow commissioners about the item prior to the meeting. And we have also submitted that request for an opinion from the city attorney's office to get some further guidance on it. They haven't responded. We provided them with the email that we sent and the context of the inquiry. So at this point, we are still holding with that recommendation. It's very conservative, but what we're trying to avoid is that serial breach of the Brown Act. One commissioner talking to the next, another commissioner talking to one of those two, and there's three right there. So we're just being extremely conservative at this time, and we'll get a formal opinion from the city attorney's office, and we'll report back to you.
Thank you. And I see Commissioner Stutzenberg, you had your hand up. Was that your question?
Yeah, to the first one that Brandy discussed about the whether or not we could reopen. So I'm under the impression that it's preferable that we not do it, which I understand, especially under the circumstances right now. But the comment about it's easy to click off of a Zoom. This happens all the time at in-person meetings too. That a person makes a comment and then leaves. That happens a lot.
Correct. So, it may just be a little easier to do it when you're on your computer too, and just go to what you're doing. But you're absolutely right. Somebody could leave a public meeting as well. Yeah.
So I think that from what I gathered from that direction was that it's preferable that we not reopen a public hearing, but we can.
It's preferable that you keep the public hearing open as long as you feel that you still need to get public testimony. That would be the best practice. That being said, if you close and something comes up, you could reopen. It's just you wouldn't want that to become your common practice. You would just want that to be something that would be an unusual circumstance. So I guess I'm requesting that you just keep that in mind when you're going to close the public hearing, is just make sure that everybody's had the, the opportunity to get the questions answered from the public, whether it's the applicant or if somebody from the public had made a comment and you wanted clarification. So it's just, it doesn't mean that you can't reopen. It was just, best practice would just be to try and keep that open for as long as you need that public testimony.
Okay. Understood and clarified. Thank you. Yeah, because I've seen this a couple times at City Council where they have reopened a public hearing. So I knew it could be done, but we wanted to clarify that, yes, we can do that as well. So in summary, it's preferable that we leave it open until we got everything done and then close it. And reopening is a discretion thing for us. If it really thinks that it's necessary, when we have to vote on reopening it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the big challenge has been in the past, if you've got a large audience and that you close it and then you reopen it, everyone gets 3 minutes again. So if you've got 100 people in the audience and you close it, now everyone can start over with their a fresh 3 minutes.
I don't think they got 3 minutes again.
You may have to, if you're allowing somebody else to speak again, you may, aside from the applicant you have questions for, but if you decide to reopen it, that may, we'll get more clarification on that particular one, but you really want to make sure that you're affording people that opportunity to speak in that public hearing. Yeah. And you're right. It may not be that that person gets to speak again, and we'll get that clarified. However, it's rather you maybe, if you have that large audience and not everybody's spoken, you reopen it. Now you might get more people that decide that they want to speak and comment.
Yeah, and for our case, I think one of the key things would be, for example, an applicant. If we make some discussions and then want to get, the applicant decides he wants to say something, we would have to reopen public hearing for that.
Right.
I think that's more the pertinent thing for us. Does anybody else have any questions on that item? I want to move on to the second one. The second one was about the Brown Act issue, and in particular, the email that we received.
Pardon me, Commissioner Schutzenberg.
Yes. Yep.
Sorry, I did just have a comment on the first part. I had my hand up. The comment was that at the last meeting, that was what I was trying to do, was ask the applicant another question after we closed the public hearing based on the discussion. So I understand staff's point, and I don't lightly reopen a public hearing, but I want to thank them for the clarification.
Okay. So moving on to the second item then, this was about the email we received to all the commissioners on May 27th of this year regarding, to guard against Brown Act violations. We ask that you not discuss this project with your fellow planning commissioners outside of this item being heard at the scheduled public hearings. We've all gone through the Brown Act training. I appreciate the abundance of caution, but the way this is worded, it was saying that we couldn't talk to even one other commissioner. And that is what I followed under this order. The interesting thing to me here, and I want to ask Mr. Scully, I believe you commented last month that this was actually something that came as a recommendation from the city attorney's office. Is that correct?
It actually, from our outside legal counsel that's been supporting the project, the environmental attorney that worked with us on the job.
Okay, so not the city attorney's office.
Not our city attorney, no.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood that, but either way, that's where we need the clarification from, because
right.
I don't think you can stop two commissioners from speaking to each other. It's not a quorum. It's no violation of the Brown Act. The other interesting thing I see in this way this is worded is to guard against potential Brown Act violation. This communication is being delivered to each of you separately via blind copy, quotes, or in parentheses, BCC. If I take that as a example, then I can write all kinds of things to all the commissioners and send it all in one email, as long as I BCC them. Even if I say in that email, hey, this is going to all of you, but I'm BCCing it, so it's not a violation of the Brown Act. That seems really, for lack of a better term, really screwed up, really screwy to me, to even put a statement like that in there.
If I may, that's usually with something like that, if we as staff are sending something out, we want to do that because of the concern of, and it may not be as clearly written in there, is if somebody did a reply to all and then that has become a violation of Brown Act. So that may be what the purpose of that was, and it just wasn't clear.
If they're BCC, you're saying the reply all goes to all the BC, the blind copy recipients?
No. What I'm saying is he put in that the reason he's BCCing it is so it won't become a Brown Act violation, so that if he had just sent it out to everybody and somebody did a reply all, that would become a Brown Act violation. So to preclude that, he sent it BCC.
I would flag it a really poor choice of words then, because it reads as if, hey, I can send this to everybody as long as I can send anything I want to everybody, as long as I BCC it, so that there can't, as you said, there can't be a reply all that would happen. But at the same time, I have spoken to everybody at the same time, and I've told everyone that I'm speaking to them at the same time.
Staff is allowed to speak to everybody at the same time. That's the distinction. Staff to everybody, like that's why we can send out that correspondence.
Okay.
And that's what I said is we just may have needed to put more clarification in there as to why that BCC is why that was in there. So apologize if it was not clear.
That makes sense. I'm reading what I got because that's all I could read, and that just struck me as really bad wording. And I'm going to say that second sentence in there that you can advise planning commissioners. Do you want us to call city council and say, hey, city council members, you can't speak to each other at all? That's not going to work. And if it applies to us, it would have to apply to city council members. So your outside counsel, I think, gave you really bad advice. And are we still under that advice then? That we cannot speak to any other single commissioner, any commissioner on any of this topic?
I think you're taking it too far and you're being a bit extreme. And the whole
you.
idea is to say, don't violate the Brown Act. And maybe the email was a little bit too concise, but the point of the communication was not to violate the Brown Act and not to do things that are going to be the whole spoken wheel that eventually means that we end up violating the Brown Act.
I would agree that's what we've gotten to now.
I think that was pretty clear even at the last meeting too.
However, that is not how this reads. You can try to argue interpretation all you want, it won't work.
I'm not trying to argue interpretation. What I'm saying is I think that was probably what was meant. Staff has confirmed that was probably what was meant, or that was what was meant.
I did not testify to staff's intent at the time. That's why I raised this question at the time.
Right. I'm just saying you're sort of beating a dead horse now.
Sorry, just to remind everyone, we do have two fairly large agenda items
we
tonight.
do.
We have people waiting for, so I think it's a great discussion, but I don't.
Okay, so this item remains open.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Before you proceed, I wanted to make sure that you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention first, before we move on, that under consent agenda, all the items, there were no public communications submitted. And we want to also test the audio. Can we give one moment for Lena Portalese to also test her mic? Just a quick second. Just say hello.
Hello. Yes. Hi, Chair. Can you hear me through the mic?
Perfectly.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Very good. Okay.
We had a
Thank you.
temporary mute situation. We wanted to make sure we're all on audio. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Please resume.
No, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
just for staff real quickly, I know we did have a public comment item on item D, but I think it was really meant for item J1. Is it appropriate to read it at that time?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Hensley.
Just a clarification for staff. Do we need to make any sort of motion to continue item N or make a different referral, or how are we handling this?
We will continue to keep those referral on there for the second one, and for the first one, I had a clarification on that. If we have to have everybody, do we have to allow them to all speak again? That was the question on if you reopen a public hearing.
Okay, so we don't need to make any motion on this?
No, we'll keep those because
Okay.
they're not finalized. We just said that we would, we were hoping that we would have the answer completely, and we did relatively for the first one, but we just got another question with it. So we'll keep both of those open.
Okay. And is the table of referrals also part of item N?
That was actually accepted under the blue folder.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Commission items and referrals to staff will still be at the end. So thank you everyone for keeping
That's all for me. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me honest on the order here. Now we're coming to items continued from previous agendas, old business. So this takes us to item J1, a continued public hearing for consideration of a mitigated negative declaration, IES MND 2020-01, with mitigation measures and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, conditional use permit CUP 2020-04, Planning Commission design review PCDR 2020-04, and subdivision vesting tentative tract map number 82707 to permit the construction of a residential condominium project with 36 units, the Foundry, located on 6 parcels, 4083-014-018, 4083-015-007, 4083-015-008, 4083-015-009, 4083-015-010, and 4083-015-015 within a low-density multiple-family residential R3 zone at 2829 to 2893 West 190th Street, 2910 Fisk Lane, 2922 Fisk Lane, 2928 Fisk Lane, and 2901 West 190th Street. The property owner is the ALCAST Foundry, Portner Living Trust. Applicant is Blue Mountain Development. This is case number IES MND 2020-01, CUP 2020-04, PCDR-2020-04, VTTM number 82707. And the recommendation is to open public hearing, take testimony and conduct deliberations, close the public hearing, and adopt a resolution by title only approving the conditional use permit, Planning Commission design review, and subdivision subject to the findings and conditions contained therein to permit the construction of a 36-unit residential condominium project known as the Foundry. So on that, is there, Commissioner Hensley, sorry, I see your hands up.
Yes, just before we continue, I just want to confirm with that very long title you just read. The public hearing for the mitigated negative declaration is not continued, right? That item was closed last month, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so tonight's consideration is only the conditional use permit, Planning Commission design review, subdivision, and the rest.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to get the clarification. Thank you.
No, perfect. Thank you. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion open the public hearing.
Second by Commissioner Stretzenberg.
A motion by Commissioner Ung, seconded by Commissioner Stretzenberg to open the public hearing. Here comes roll call. Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Vice Chair Glad.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. Does staff have a presentation for us tonight?
I would like to introduce Sean Scully, who's our planning manager. He's been the lead on this. We also have Marianne Gastelum, who's our assistant planner, and she's available as well. And just a reminder, when we do have members of the public, just confirm that they have approved the or have done the swearing in. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Brandy. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, Sean Scully, planning staff here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and open up the item here. Let's see my option here. Interesting. All right. I have it up on my screen, but it's not sharing. It's not showing as a tile to be shared. Select window or application you want to share. Huh. Okay. Let me try that again. Okay. It's not what I want to share, but I'm just testing this, so bear with me.
We're seeing that, Sean.
Are you seeing this now, the PowerPoint?
No, we're seeing an email from Lena.
Yeah, I know. It's when I hit share, it's not coming up as one of the tiles you can select. So let me stop sharing.
Are you running two screens, Sean?
No, just a single screen.
No.
Okay, hang on here. There we go. Okay. Everybody's
There you go. Yes.
Yes. The Foundry.
Apologies, everyone. I had to scroll down to, I had nothing really open, but anyway, here we go. So, the Foundry, 190th Street and Fisk Lane, 2.37 acres, 36 two-story residential condominium homes. Tonight, as we've said previously, this is to consider with a public hearing, the Planning Commission design review, conditional use permit, and vesting tentative tract map. These are the actual numbers for each of these discretionary entitlements. Just a note, the initial environmental study, mitigating declaration, mitigation monitoring and reporting program, they were approved and certified at the last Planning Commission meeting on June 18th. Quick introductions, myself and Mary Ann. We also tonight have our Gene Kim, our city traffic engineer, as well as our consulting team, Greg Martin from Rincon and Greg Kettles from Best and Krieger. So this, just the review process, as you all know, this is a we're having two Planning Commission meetings to consider this item. Went through all the environmental documents on June 18th. Also, went through project introductions, or introduced the project. Pretty detailed background of the city's rigorous review process, all the discoveries, the applicant's extensive public outreach efforts, and then discussed all the public comments we had received prior to that meeting. Also, just a note, we filed the notice of determination with the county clerk on the environmental documents on June 25th. But tonight, we're going to do just a brief review of the location, the existing site conditions, a little bit of neighborhood context, and there has been actually just a summary of the outreach, just so you remember all the things we did, and then present additional comments received from the public. And then the analysis of the project against the specific criteria for each one of the entitlements. So here we are at the...
Sean,
yes,
can you
ma'am.
hold on, please?
Yes.
We've just got word that there's no sound on the TV, so we need to make sure that that gets rectified.
Okay.
If we're all quiet, how are they going to know when they get sound?
Anyone got some good jokes? Commissioner Hensley, I see your hand is raised.
Comment. Does staff need to take a recess?
If we do, I don't know if they can check sound.
Everything's good, Matt?
I think.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right.
Play the background music or
Well,
something?
I think they can. I think the city clerk can speak.
just heard from IT, they did check and we are on TV. Channel 8 and 41 should be fine with audio and
Great.
picture.
Great, thank you.
The TV is clear on this end too.
And YouTube.
Great.
YouTube, if there might be public issues, they can also visit YouTube. I forget the search.
Do a search for Redondo.
If they go on YouTube, do a search for Redondo Beach Planning Commission, they can also watch there too if there's issues with their programming on 8 or 41. Channel 8 or 41.
Is the commission comfortable with proceeding from here, or is there a rewind in order?
I just checked my TV and I have sound.
I would say, Sean,
Pick it up.
out of abundance of caution to make sure that because it's a public hearing, I would restart your.
Okay. Here we are. Again, thank you all. This is the Foundry project, 190th Street and Fisk Lane, 2.37 acres, 36 two-story residential condominium homes. Tonight will be a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission design review, conditional permit, investing tentative track map. These are the entitlements with their case numbers. Also noting that the environmental documentation that was prepared for these entitlements was approved and certified by the Planning Commission at their public hearing on June 18th. Introductions tonight for city staff, myself presenting, Marianne Gastelum, assistant planner for support, and technical expertise, institutional knowledge, and many other things. Public Works engineering staff, we have Gene Kim, traffic engineer. Our consulting team, Rincon, Greg Martin, and our outside sequel legal counsel is Greg Kettles. So we've processed this before the commission reviewed it with 2 public hearings. The first on June 18th, introduced the project, detailed background of the city's review process, all the discoveries that were made, and the applicant's extensive public outreach efforts. And we presented and discussed all the public comments received, acted on the environmental documents. We did also file the notice of determination on the environmental documents with the county clerk on June 25th. Tonight is the second public hearing on this matter. We'll do a brief review of the project location, existing site condition, neighborhood context, and summary of the public outreach that was conducted, and then present the additional, in this case, comment received from the public since the last hearing. And then the analysis of the project against the criteria for the required discretionary entitlements, the conditional use permit, planning commission design review, investing tentative track map. So this is an aerial of the site. It's bounded in yellow. This is the existing foundry, ALCAST foundry site, commercial and industrial uses with residential surrounding. This is the zoning of the property. Subject property are these parcels, these 5 parcels on the west side of Fisk and 1 on the east side of Fisk, this corner piece. All zoned R3. This is the existing development of the site. There's industrial, commercial, retail uses since the 50s, approximately 23 non-conforming structures, commercial buildings on the very northwest corner of 190th and Fisk. And across on the east side is a vehicle storage. Just some quick photos. This is ALCAST Foundry looking west on 190th. And then looking north on Fisk Lane, you'll just notice the automobiles parked there in front of driveway aprons in this photograph. They're probably employees of the ALCAST Foundry. This is looking south on Fisk Lane, same condition. And then this is up on Spreckels looking back at the subject property. And you'll notice the condominiums that were developed in 2004 immediately to the west. This is the commercial structure on the intersection of Fisk and 190th. And then this is that vacant, abandoned lot on the east side of Fisk. The existing development surrounding the subject property, single family to the north and to the south in the city of Torrance, multifamily, the 20 units immediately west of the subject property under construction now, and then the two-unit condos developed in 2004. And then the 107 apartment units to the east, and just a couple of photos of the surrounding residential development. These are the four houses immediately, I guess, east of the project and north on Fisk Lane. These are those condominiums on Spreckels that are directly west of the subject property. And then here's kind of a perspective of the residential neighborhood looking towards the project on Spreckels Lane. This is right next door, the 20 units, condominium units that are under construction currently. Just the background on the public outreach, and the applicant's again here tonight. Any questions on his community outreach? He had three meetings, and he's available to provide more information on any of those. City did some pretty extensive noticing of the environmental documents as well as advertising for these public hearings. And additional, even though we continued the public hearing and not required to be advertised again, we did an additional public hearing notice was advertised in the newspaper for tonight's meeting. Now, public comments since the last meeting, although this was dated and there's some email issues with it, but we do have this comment from Warren Chun, who initially had objected to the project. And if you recall, the comments he submitted was a petition with 67 signatures from neighbors in his neighbors in that neighborhood objecting to the project. He submitted this email, and it was provided to all of you in the as a blue folder item. And the last paragraph sentence reading, as of today, in general, our neighborhood welcomes the development as submitted to the Planning Commission, and they're looking forward to the new development along with the new neighbors. So they are now in support of the project. So project description, real quick, demolition of all the existing structures on the Foundry site, construction of 36 two-story condominium homes, maximum 30 to 34 feet. The design, which we'll spend a little bit more time on later, is contemporary modern style of architecture, varying colors of stucco and trim along with metal canopies, awnings, and railings. A lot of articulation in the structures. West of Fisk Lane, there's 30 residents. 6 will be access off Spreckels, and the remainder will take access off Fisk Lane. There's also 6 residences east of Fisk Lane. Sizes, about half are 1,800 square feet, and the remainder are just a little over 2,000 square feet. They range from 4 bedrooms down to 2 bedrooms. And there are, again, 3 driveways accessing this subject property. This is the site plan. It's not super easy to read, but I'll jump back to it. There's some really interesting site planning that the applicant was very diligent in trying to create, and I want to touch on those when we get into the discussion of the entitlements. But here are the 6 units accessing Spreckels, the remainder of 2 and 3 unit condominiums down access off of Fisk Lane and also adjacent to 190th, and then our 6 units, 2 3-unit buildings on that northeast corner. These are the elevations. These are the 2-unit elevations. Again, you'll just notice, it's the modern style itself is very plain, vertical and horizontal planes. But there's a lot of relief and changes in the elevations and in both towards front and back and in height, different colors, different elements to the window casements and the awning structures and canopies as well as balconies and railings. This is the 3-unit building. Again, there's a lot of variation, so it's got an interesting and very high quality look. This is the landscape plan that's also part of the development package and under consideration tonight. You'll just notice extensive landscaping as a buffer around the properties or around the development on the roadway frontages, a Fisk Lane and 190th Street, new parkways. We'll get into some of that later. Same thing on Spreckels Lane, good buffer of landscaping adjacent to the property or to the structures. So we're going to just jump right into the actual entitlements and essentially your guideposts for how you measure the project against the required criteria and purposes of these entitlements. So the purpose of the conditional use permit is that to ensure that the uses will not adversely affect surrounding uses and properties, nor will the use disrupt the orderly development of the community. And additionally, the purview of the conditional use permit is that the Planning Commission also approve conditions of approval of the project, if you so approve it, in order to achieve compliance with the required criteria. And we're going to run through that criteria now. There's 4 criteria. This slide shows 3 of them. The first one, the site shall be adequate in size and shape to accommodate the use, and particularly the use as well as all the required setbacks, spaces, open spaces, private open spaces, all the walls and fencing, all the parking, landscaping, and other features required by the municipal code. Number 2, the site for the proposed use shall have adequate access to the adjacent public roadway, and those streets will have the adequate width and pavement to carry the quantity of traffic that's being generated. And then number 3, the proposed use shall have no adverse effect on abutting property or permitted use thereof. And then this is where, the authority to attach all the conditions to the project comes from, is to address, things like additional setbacks that may be needed for buffers, different types of fencing or walls, street dedications may be necessary. So these are all those criteria. And in response to most, if not all, there are conditions of approval to address these criteria. So we'll go through now and just walk you through our staff's opinion of the conformity of the project in meeting these criteria. So in terms of the size, the adequacy of the size and shape of the property and the ability to meet all the development requirements, the project conforms to all the zoning development standards. It's also a requirement that the project have general plan conformity. And this particular site, as a matter of fact, is identified in our housing element in our site's inventory list as a residential property to be developed with residential uses. So it's consistent, obviously. The redevelopment of the site will also remove all the non-conforming industrial commercial uses, and the redevelopment of the site to a residential use is then, that residential use is consistent and compatible with all the surrounding residential uses in the neighborhood. So adequate access, and we went through this in quite detail when we went through the environmental documentation. We had the traffic consultant at the meeting, and we talked at length about, really the most salient issue with access was, should it be off 190th or Fisk? We went through that in great detail, and it was a determination of the Planning Commission that after the recommendations of the traffic engineers and staff, that the safest vehicle access was off of Fisk Lane rather than 190th Street. No adverse effect on abutting property, surrounding property. So, now that this would be a residential use adjacent to residential uses. It's a very compatible and consistent use. One other thing, just as part of the project, and it was noted in the comment letter that we received, the project removes the existing non-conforming industrial and commercial uses and remediates the toxic soil conditions and the odors, particularly on the site that exists currently. And then that last criteria kind of sets the tone or the allowance for all the conditions of approval to be added. And of course, there are numerous conditions of approval in the resolution that seek to ensure compatibility and compliance with the neighborhood and the general plan and the zoning ordinance. So just a couple of, kind of noteworthy elements in terms of its consistency or compliance in meeting the CUP criteria. So there will be public right-of-way dedications and improvements. With respect to landscaping, landscape, hardscape, private outdoor living space, common outdoor living space, and parking, the project exceeds municipal code requirements for private outdoor living space and common outdoor living space. The project is designed with private outdoor living space that largely is accommodated as yards on grade. That was another point we worked very diligently and close with the developer on. And then it also exceeds requirements for guest parking. Additionally, there will be 2 additional street parking spaces gained on Spreckels Lane and an additional 6 to 7 street parking spaces on Fisk Lane. Noteworthy, the allowable density is 38 residential units. The project proposes a lesser number, 36 residential units are proposed. And then there's extensive streetscape improvements along all the frontages, 190th Street, Fisk, and Spreckels Lanes. So, onto the Planning Commission design review. And the design review, the purpose of the design review is a little bit different. It's more aesthetically driven. It's to ensure the compatibility, originality, variety, and innovation in the architecture, design, and landscaping, and site planning of the project. Also to protect surrounding properties, prevent blight and deterioration of neighborhoods, promote sound land use, design excellence, and protect the overall health, safety, and welfare of the city. So we'll run through the criteria for the Planning Commission design review. The first one is user impact and needs. So the design of the project shall consider the impact and the needs of the user with respect to circulation, parking, traffic, utilities, public services, noise and odor, privacy, private and common open spaces, trash collection, security and crime deterrence, energy consumption, physical barriers, and design concerns. So we've just highlighted a few here with respect to traffic. Obviously, we've spoken about that. Safe ingress and egress. There's also, as part of the, even though it wasn't a significant impact or mitigation wasn't required, there are conditions to improve the existing failing unsignalized intersections at Pomona and 190th and Fisk and 190th. With the restricted turn movements, those intersections will go from, I think, E and F to B and C. I can't remember which one is which, but we have the traffic engineer here to help out with that. There's an improvement in the traffic circulation in the area. There's private internal driveway and pedestrian pathways throughout the site. And again, the traffic engineer carefully reviewed all the access points to ensure the safest and most preferred locations to the site were designed into the project. Again, there's additional parking. I've already spoken about that. And then additionally, noise and odor remediation will occur through the development of the project. And there's abundance of open space, private and common. In terms of energy consumption, solar panels for reduced energy consumption, and then trash enclosures rather than individual cans. A couple more on this criteria. There's infrastructure improvements to the site and surrounding area, utility infrastructures above and below grade, new street lighting, sewer lines up to Spreckels after we discovered some deficiencies in 190th, new curbs, gutters, and sidewalks and landscape parkways to the site's street frontages along all the streets. And then just a note, 15 additional parkway trees along the adjacent streets. Approximately 26,592 square feet of private open space. That's with bonuses. But again, there was a real emphasis on creating individual yard spaces on grade for all of the units. The second criteria, this is the location of the buildings and the structure shall respect the natural terrain of the site and shall be functionally integrated into the natural features. The site is on grade. There's a slope. The property is lowest point is on 190th and the high point's up at Spreckels, and the project steps has a lower tier at 190th and then steps up at Spreckels, so it really reflects the kind of the natural slope and topography of the property. We've discussed all of these items. And then consistency of architectural style. Again, the design is contemporary modern style of architecture. The elevations really vary in height and depth with multiple planes and recesses to create interest. Design includes varying colors of stucco and trim, uses accents for exterior finishes, and metal canopies, awnings, window casements, and railings. And then, all 36 units are the same consistent style of architecture with variations in all these elements of the architecture. Balancing the integration with the neighborhood. So I'm just gonna run up. I want to just point this out. I don't know if we got into it last time, but it's back to the site plan. So it was one of the things in the project that we worked hard to achieve, and it was kind of as you enter the neighborhood, you'll notice, and it's hard to see, but you've got kind of the massing of these and separation of the single family residents on these 4 lots, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we tried to mimic that on the street frontage on Fisk Lane, and the applicant did a really good job of doing that. Kind of the narrow side faces Fisk, and you get the space and separation between. So it's not one whole block long of structure. It's it's broken up similarly in its scale to the existing residences in the R1 zoning immediately north. Back down here to here. Yes. So and that was a real strength of the project in terms of its site planning. It's consistent and integrated into the neighborhood with that, as well as just the densities that surround it. And then building design, we've talked a lot about that. 14 separate structures, and they really have a lot of articulation and variations. Units range in size, 1,800 to 2,100, 2,153. And then to the vesting tentative tract map. Essentially, there's no real significant findings that have to be made. It's just in this case, but vesting, it's required under the California Subdivision Map Act to combine all the underlying lots into one and then subdivide the lot for condominium purposes. And that's what the map is doing in this case. And the CCNRs are compliant with the requirements in the city's municipal code. So with that, staff concludes its recommendation. This is staff's recommendation, including its staff report or presentation. We recommend that we open the public hearing, take testimony, Not on this, I apologize. This shouldn't be on the environmental documents. That's a leftover. It'll just be on the conditional use permit, the planning commission design review, and the vesting tentative track map. This is the wrong slide. So our recommendation is that I'm going to go back up here. Our recommendation is that you act on the resolution before you tonight, approving the conditional use permit, planning commission design review, and vesting tentative track map. And that concludes staff's presentation, and we're available as long as the applicant and the consultant answer any questions.
Great. Well, thank you for that. I know a lot of work's gone into this. I really appreciate the level of detail everywhere and all the material and preparation that's gone into this from everyone involved. Certainly thank you for all that. That makes it a lot easier. Do any commission members have any questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, just a quick question. The 36 proposed units, are they market rate units?
They are.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Questions I have, I really want to address to both staff and the applicant. Do we need to get the applicant up? Is he going to make a presentation tonight, or is he online available for questions? How is it working this evening?
I am here. This is Nick Barrow.
At this time, we'd like to invite the applicant to speak.
Do we need to make a motion to open the public hearing first?
We opened that.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, public hearing is open.
Okay.
It's just a little bit unusual because Nick, Mr. Bureau, sorry, did you plan on making a presentation?
And Nick is fine. I'm actually not going to have an individual presentation because that was very comprehensive. It was a comprehensive summary of all the work that's gone on over the last 19 months, and I'm here to answer questions. I guess, first of all, I want to thank staff for that presentation and thank you guys for all the work that you're doing. And I know this has got to be complicated doing it via Zoom. I certainly can't imagine the overall process right now. But I do want to thank staff for the work and for that presentation, and I'm available for any questions that you have.
Okay, so I'll continue from that. It's open to both the applicant. Questions will be open to the applicant and the staff at the same time, and I'll designate that. First of all, Mr. Bureau, I appreciate the time you took with me to go over this project and walk in the site. I've got some experience with building, not necessarily things like this, but bigger things. And the improvements you have proposed here, interesting things, especially with the utilities and so forth that you talked about, that will be overall improvements that are needed. And one of the things I noticed is this is a great site for something like this, if it can be pulled together, that you've got a gently sloping slight slope, as Mr. Scully had pointed out, that slopes, I believe, from the north to the south about 10 or 15 feet, depending where you measure it. So it's enough for good drainage from a civil aspect, and architecturally it gives you some steps in the building so you're not just on a flat plane and everything looks the same. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement. It's actually a really, really good site in order to do what we've done, which is to have separate buildings, to have different looks. As Sean stated, you drive into Fisk and you have 4 buildings. We try to mimic the street scene on Fisk. If you look at the street scene on Spreckels, we try to mimic the street scene on Spreckels as well. And then we have the smaller buildings in comparison to the apartment structure that are going to be kind of helping transition into that. And having the grade separation between the main side of the property on 190th to Spreckels, there's a 10-foot grade drop, and we have stairs that are back there so folks can walk from Spreckels through the site that live there and walk down to the back side of the project, or just go up to the Spreckels site. So
okay, so there's a 10-foot drop. Sean, if you could maybe put your cursor where that's going to be. Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
A 10-foot drop in an east-west direction and dropping from north high to south low. Is that correct?
That is correct. And there's stairs proposed right there, concrete stairs that are going to be part of a wall.
So you'll be able to pass through there and.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, but the site doesn't really present any challenges as far as, other than you don't know how much you're going to have to dig out for any mitigation of foundry leftovers, I'll call it. But there's really no challenges to the overall site, is there?
No, the fortunate thing is that most of the site is concreted and paved. So the removal is basically concrete and asphalt. The soil remediation, we're still getting testing, and we're going to have a comprehensive document that's going to be part of that we're working with LA County Fire, and they'll have a soils management plan that will identify everything that needs to come out, but it's not an excessive amount. It's something that we feel very comfortable that it's a manageable soil remediation effort.
And from what it sounds like, the area that's the lower area of that 10-foot step, you would be removing material for that area, and you may be filling a little bit on the upper one, but not much, it looks like.
We are not filling any. There is no fill. Our goal is to match the existing grade of the foundry with the existing floor plans for all these sites. In fact, that was working with staff. They were very strict that there's no elevation increase from the existing grade of the site. So we're keeping the Spreckels side as high as it is, so it's not going to be lower, and the main foundry site itself is going to be at grade. So anything that we take, we're going to have to bring back clean soil to make it.
Is there a 10-foot step there now?
There is, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
There's a building that's butted up all the way up against that takes up to that 10-foot grade.
Okay, so that's why I could never see it back there. So thanks for clarifying that. So basically, you're taking what's there and working with it.
Exactly, and that was one of the key points working with city staff was sticking to that grade, sticking to the existing grade.
Okay, so I guess overall the topography is mundane but very workable.
Correct.
Okay, I'm looking at the parcel. Current parcels. I don't know, Sean, is it possible for you to bring that up? It's on page 77 of the agenda packet that shows the existing partial numbers. I want to be clear on what
might be easier for you to do that, Commissioner, if you do have it available. Are you able to? Oh, you don't have it? Oh, okay, you don't have it on your screen. Got it.
It's in the agenda packet on page 77.
Let me.
So, and Nick, I know you're familiar with it. There's parcels identified here as 2, 3, 7, 4, 3, 6A, 6B, and 1.
Are you reading the APN numbers of the properties? The assessor's parcel numbers?
This particular drawing has the APN numbers on it, and then it's got parcels numbers. That's the old mapping recordation items. Those numbers would be vacated at the time that we aggregate the parcels. That's why the proposal on the vested map is for 2 parcels, parcel 1 and parcel 2. Parcel 1 aggregates all of those units by vacating those lines and creating a single parcel. And I understand that. I'm just trying to, because on this drawing here, there's identified, parcel 3 is identified twice. But I want to be clear on that. And then I want to know which 6 parcels we're combining. Because we don't have that information.
Let me see.
I think the best thing for me to do is to look at the map directly right now.
I can share my screen. I've got the,
can you, Brandy?
Yeah,
do you have that available?
That's the one.
Okay. Can you see it okay? Is it full screen?
So
yes.
For both Nick or for Mr. Bureau and for staff, which of those identified parcels are the 6 that are being combined? Because this doesn't even quite line up with what's shown on the Redondo Beach map, but I know the Redondo Beach map may be out of date too.
Survey. 3, 4, 5.
So it's all, yeah.
Yes.
So all of parcel 7.
Right.
Yeah, so this, all 5 of these smaller parcels, but it's labeled only as 3 of them. So right now, these are single family home, and these 2 are single family homes. The other side of the easement is where you start the Foundry property.
Yes.
Right, so what's identified there
These
is,
5 here.
Yeah.
Can you see my mouse? I can't tell if you can see my
Yes, I can see that.
So these 5 here.
but are those actually 5?
These already have single family.
I understand that. And then, so let's start from those 2 single families and moving to the left. From those 2 single families, we identified parcel 2 and parcel 3. Those are not part of this, is that correct?
Correct.
Then moving left again, we have parcel 7, which looks like 2 lots that are combined into one, and there's 1 APN. So I'm assuming that is what maybe used to be 2 lots is now 1 parcel.
That is correct.
Okay, so parcel 7 is part of it.
Yes.
Parcel 4, moving left again, parcel 4 is part of this.
Yeah.
Yes. So the only reason those 2 parcels are labeled and there's a thicker line around them is because they're under the same ownership, but they're not part of the project. So the current ownership owns those 2 parcels, but they're not part of the project.
On these 2 over
Yes.
here?
Yes.
Okay.
So they're part of the ownership, but if you look at the map this is the ALTA. This is not the vested tentative tract map. So if we go to the map itself, those lots are pulled out.
Understood. I want to see what we're starting from, though. I want to see where we're at right now. What's existing present day is parcel 7, parcel 4, and then moving left again, there's another, it's a duplicate labeled as parcel 3, where there's a parcel 3 labeled as one of the lots that's not part of this. And please bear with me. I think this may become important. So parcel 3 has 2 different APN numbers, 009 and 008.
Yes.
Are those combined?
Part of it. Yes.
Are they one of the 6 or are they 2 of the 6?
One of the 6.
So parcel 3 that's shown here that looks like 2 lots with dash lines, but that's one of the 6.
One of the 6.
Okay, and then moving up, we have parcel 6A, and to the right of that, we have 6B. Those are separate now, is that correct? But they are to be combined into the overall.
Correct.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 6. Then the 6th is the one that's across Fisk. Is that correct?
No, there's a smaller parcel that sits right there. Yeah, that's parcel
6C,
6C.
maybe? Yeah.
Parcel 6C. Yeah.
I had missed that earlier. Okay, so parcel 6C is also being combined.
That is correct. Yes.
So now my count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just right there in that, we'll call that the main area west of Fisk. And then you've got an additional parcel east of Fisk.
It doesn't get combined.
Right.
Doesn't it get combined first and then split out separately later?
No, from a mapping standpoint, it stands alone. It just, there'll be dedications for the right-of-way on 190th, and then the condo map basically will leave that under a new label, which will be parcel 2.
Okay, then I'm reading the wording wrong, because and Sean pointed this out too, I'm sorry, Mr. Scully pointed this out, that it first gets combined into one and then split into the condo map.
I can't combine across the right-of-way.
Okay, so parcel 1 is not being combined.
Correct. So I think what Sean meant to say is everything that is west of Fisk Lane gets combined, because that becomes one lot. I think that needs to be clarified. What is east of Fisk Lane is a standalone lot that is going to be part of a condo map, but there's no need to, you can't combine across a dedicated right-of-way.
That's correct.
Okay. So the 6 that we're talking about are all within that main area that is west of Fisk.
Yes.
Okay, so is parcel 4 larger than 5,000 square feet?
I don't know. Why? I mean,
Well, I'm looking at permitted lot combinations for R3. And it appears that under the current municipal code, you can't combine those lots. And if you want to bring up 10-2.514, that's where I'm looking. I don't know, Brandy, if you can bring that up, or somebody, I've got it here printed. I want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly. So it says, in order to combine them, one of the following conditions exists. It says one or more of the lots is less than 5,000 square feet, which makes sense. One or more of the lots has no legal access from a public street or alley, but these all do, with possibly the exception of 6B. I don't know how that's all set up. Or one or more of the lots is subject to unique circumstances such as lot size, shape, or topography, and that's not met either. So all these parcels that you're looking to combine, it appears they don't meet the criteria required under the municipal code for R3.
well, all the lots are 5,000 square feet.
Okay, and that X's out item A under B1, which is one or more of the lots is less than 5,000 square feet. So that's not a condition that's being met. And the legal access, we're not meeting that. They've all got legal access to the street. In fact, most of them have curb cuts already. And these are not unusual lot sizes or shapes or topography. So you can't meet the criteria required to combine these.
I disagree.
Under the current code.
Yeah, if you read on further in section 1, number 1C, one or more of the lots is subject to other unique circumstances such as unusual lot shape, lot size, shape, or topography, and the combining of those will help achieve and improve development more consistent with the character of development in the neighborhood. It's staff's position that we meet.
But we've already established that these are not unusual lot size, shape, or topography.
Well, they are an unusual size. If you look at the sliver that's as part of 1C, that's an unusual lot that cannot stand by itself anyway.
So that one reasonably you could combine with 6B.
And 6A.
No, because 6A can stand on its own.
No, but the purpose of doing a project like this where you have...
That purpose violates the code.
I don't think so.
I think staff is reading it and trying to prove me wrong somehow, and we haven't gotten there.
Well, this is continuous ownership, and...
This has nothing to do with ownership. This is municipal code and talking about the permitted lot combinations. I don't think you're meeting that criteria, any one of the three. And it could be any one of the three, but you're not meeting any of them.
What's the code section?
10-2.514, the development standards for R3.
Thank you.
We actually,
can be permitted
the
lot.
R3 lot, or for the R3 zoning designation,
They are they're all in R3, correct? Yep. So this applies.
hang on. Look at something real quick.
So I would agree that 6C could, under this, be combined with 6B. Absolutely. But that's the extent of it.
Take a look at something here. Hang on, give me a second.
I actually disagree, depending on how this is read. Under B1, because they have to meet they have to meet B1, B2, B3, and under B1C, one or more of the lots is subject to other unique circumstances, such as the unusual lot size, shape, or topography are some of the examples of unique circumstances where the entirety purpose of the unique circumstances is that the combining of the lots will help achieve an improved development more consistent with the character and development of the neighborhood. So the unique circumstances are not limited to lot size, shape, or topography.
So
the whole point is there are unique circumstances. Well, I'm saying that's you're having a very narrow reading of it. So the question is, what are the unique circumstances?
I'm reading what's there to read.
Yeah, this is a unique circumstance.
But you're saying including without. You're saying the unusual lot size, shape, or topography limit what those unique circumstances are, and that's not the way it's drafted.
Okay, so what's the other one?
Well, that's what I'm asking is what are the unique circumstances? The whole entire point is they're saying there's something going on that combining these will be more in character and in line with the neighborhood.
Right,
So,
and a perfect example is parcel 6C. It's an unusual size. It's not an unusual shape, it's just rectangular, but it's in an unusual size.
That's just one example. That's just one example.
Okay, I'm going to ask for you to remain silent while I have the floor. You can come back and rebut later, because you're turning argumentative.
I'm not the one who started it.
Mute her if you have to.
Maybe this is a question for staff then. Is this open to interpretation by the commission, or do we need a legal finding here of some type?
And the examples given there they make sense. Those unusual circumstances that we do see out there, is it a triangular shape that just wouldn't make sense, that would make sense better if it was combined with the one next to it? Is it a small size such as 6C we have here? That makes sense, so that the character of those examples, and I will agree they are, examples, and it says one or more lots of other unique such as, so that the character of those are some pretty obvious things. Is it a nasty hill or something that just doesn't make sense to build on, but it makes sense to combine it with another lot? I would challenge anyone to come up with such a characteristic, because we've already discussed that these are pretty mundane topography, and they're, with that one exception of 6C, which could be combined with 6B, there's no real exceptions to this, other than the applicant wants to join them for his project, but that's actually kind of ruled out, because it says under B up above, this subsection is not intended to permit the combination of two or more typical or standard size lots, or to permit developments of a mass and scale inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. Character of the neighborhood might be the houses next to it. It might be the ones across the street, the bigger developments. That's an arguable thing, but this whole section is not intended to just let you carte blanche because you want to join lots.
Well, Commissioner Stressenberg, if I may, the intent is to create an opportunity for a preferred development. If as you weigh what you're trying to achieve with
not what it says.
It does say that.
This section is not intended to permit the combination of two or more.
But our goal is to help achieve and improve development more consistent with the character of the development in the neighborhood. And by excluding that lot and that row of lots, you're then left with a development that would become a cave type development, similar to what's next door with that narrow, deep lot. And we expressly tried to prevent that and open the project up and orient it towards Fisk in a very similar way to the development pattern of those lots and more consistent with the adjacent single-family lots. So we could only achieve that by combining the lots. So
I think you could achieve a lot of things by not combining the lots the way it's set up here. The fact that it's gone down this path, I don't know how it got there, but it doesn't meet the code.
It does meet the code because the intention is to combine to create a better project, as is stated in the code. So I think, so I disagree with your interpretation of what you're reading.
No, that's an end. That's an end to the things that are listed before that. It doesn't stand upon its own. It is one or more of the lots is subject to other unique circumstances, such as unusual lot size, shape, or topography, which we've established they do not, and the combining of the lots. And if you look under the general definitions, and means both of those things are met. You cannot make one of those stand alone on its own. It doesn't work that way. The code is very prescriptive.
Well, you stated earlier you worked on large projects, and I know that a lot of them have aggregation of parcels that are required to make something.
And I don't know the municipal code of where they were. Our municipal code is what we have to work with, and I'm under obligation to follow our municipal code.
I think, one of the points here is about the shape or topography. That, I mean, there's a 10-foot grade change. Didn't we just have that conversation?
And he's already, that parcel 6B and 6C would stand alone independently, just as they are intended to do on the project that's proposed. So that's not a challenge. We've already determined that is not a challenge. We can play the tape.
Well, it's a challenge if you want to find access to parcel 6A. That's the big issue.
6A has access from 190th currently.
Which is not a safe access.
That's not part of the code.
That's a unique circumstance.
It's not part of the code. You got to meet the code, people. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
Staff at this point would be, there's obviously some disagreement over the interpretation of this. Specifically, this subsection is not intended to permit the combination of two or more typical.
And things like this get challenged in court, and the case law says it would lose.
Okay, can we just refer this to the staff attorney and get an opinion? Because this isn't getting us anywhere.
Then we need to just continue this because we can't.
Either we refer this to the staff attorney or we continue to move along, and you can vote however you vote and everybody else will vote however they each individually decide to vote.
We could absolutely, we can stop and refer it to the city attorney.
Or we can continue to move on if people want to continue to move on. But you're sort of going round and round, and it's clear what your position is and your view is. And I'm
I
sure
support the municipal code.
what you have a particular interpretation of it. Whether everybody else here shares that is who knows. You're sort of doing your par for the course of monopolizing the discussion.
So is there any concern from staff that we should review legal counsel, or is that something that's up to the commission to decide if we need additional legal findings?
Staff recommendation stands, and we feel that the project is compliant with all the applicable sections of the municipal code.
Then please explain how it meets that. Especially item C under.
You've already done that. You just disagree.
Okay, Commissioner, Vice Chair Glad, just mute yourself, please. You don't have the floor.
So I apologize, Commissioner Stutzenberg, but I don't think anyone's going to come to an agreement on this one. So I think you've made your point that you don't feel that this meets the municipal code. And I think other commissioners might want to weigh in as well. Would you like to hear can we get some feedback from other commissioners on this particular interpretation, whether they're comfortable with proceeding or whether they want a legal opinion? Because I don't think we're making any progress otherwise.
I yield the floor.
I saw Commissioner Ung's hand was up.
Thank you. I'd like to commend the staff and also the applicant for a very thorough proposal here. And I was just looking at, go back to under the the conditions, there were, let me try to find it here. There were conditions, I think 47 through 49 were the ones regarding the dedications.
Yes.
And this is a question to staff. On condition 49, it talked about 100-foot wide right-of-way on 190th. And I wasn't sure what that meant.
Scrolling to that condition. Ensure that 100-foot wide right-of-way adjacent to the project. Yeah, so dedications are required for any property that's included in this project that it is makes the right-of-way of 190th less than 100 feet. So we have the project, the property is adjacent to 190th Street. So where it's adjacent to 190th Street, there is a roadway width of 190th Street. If it's less than 100 feet, then a dedication is required to be made of the project so that it is a minimum 100-foot right-of-way.
What is it currently right now?
The full width right-of-way in some portions is 100 feet, and in other portions along the property subject project, it is less than that. So some dedications are being required.
So what does that mean? That the sidewalk gets moved out?
The sidewalk will get moved back towards the private property.
Okay. And then, but the width of the sidewalk would remain constant. In other words, the property would be dedicated to make the sidewalk the current width.
Correct. Whatever the street improvement plans are in the Public Works Department, they have very detailed, specific plans for the right-of-way and how it's to be improved. This plan will have to be, this will dedicate land that will be developed consistent with those street improvement plans.
Okay. So on the development that's just west of this one, there's a 20-unit development. Was
Correct.
that condition also invoked?
I might ask Mary Ann to step in.
Let me go get the, hold on. I got to join again. Well, I got blocked out. Ugh.
Well, I think we might. I think that was full width right away, but I'm not 100% sure. They will be putting in probably some new sidewalks, certainly, and curb cuts and driveway aisles. So it'll be fully improved sidewalk, curb, and gutter. I don't know if where their property line was originally when the map was approved, and if they had to do dedications.
Okay. I'm just trying to visualize it, where you've got this property that's got, the sidewalk moved out, and then you got the one next to it that's.
They will align. They will align because they're both new property or new being developed.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then regarding there was mention of, potential soil remediation. I don't know what kind of solvents or heavy metals might have been used there. Would we normally put any sort of condition, regarding, if got to do some sort of heavy duty remediation? I didn't see it within the conditions, so I didn't know whether we had a standard.
Yes, we actually, in the resolution with the environmental documentation, there are specific mitigation measures that are extremely detailed and extensive with respect to the soil remediation.
Okay, so
you have it in your packet. The resolution you approved at the last meeting.
Okay, so we don't, under these conditions, you don't have to re-emphasize or repeat things that are in there.
No, those are all triggered in various times, prior to the issuance of demolition permit, prior to the issuance of building permit. So they're very strictly managed through the environmental resolution.
Okay, and then one last thing, since we were talking about combining lots. How large was lot 6C? That one looked kind of weird.
You have a size, Nick, on that? Let's see.
I do not. I'm looking at the map right now.
Excuse me, Commissioner Ung, I'm going to step away for a moment and I'm going to get an answer for you regarding the 20 unit.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What's the size? What's the lot? 1C, 6C.
There is no 6C. There is no such thing as this. This is one, from Spreckels Lane to 190th is one lot.
Yeah, but
55,000.
but the mapping shows it. So we
There
have
is
it,
no.
but this is what we have in.
The condos.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's like 6 feet. 6 feet. It's probably.
It's 114 feet by 30 feet wide.
That's 3,420 feet.
Okay, so that's less than 5,000.
But it's one single parcel. There's just those divisions there are individual instrument. I think from a mapping standpoint, we're looking at different things because the underlying instrument is parcel 3A and 3B, which is also 3C. So,
okay, I'm just trying to, when we were talking about lot areas, if there was one unit less than 5,000, I was just poking at it. Okay, that was all I had. Thanks.
Biggest lot is 55,000.
right.
You have a comment or a question?
Oh, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Hensley, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just a question, I guess, for staff. I want to follow up on Commissioner Strutzenberg's point, just to clarify for my own mind. So in the maps we received, you're talking about parcel 6A, parcel 6B. Is the definition of parcel and lot the same in the municipal code? Or is parcel 6 one lot?
We'll have to look in our subdivision definitions.
The reason I asked is because, I looked at so much material in preparation for this meeting, but I think Commissioner Strutzenberg at least brings a good point. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around it, but I haven't even looked at any of this prior to now. One other point for Commissioner Strutzenberg. The way I read 1C is if one of the lots is subject to unique circumstances and combining of the lots, it doesn't say the two adjoining lots or many lots, but just combining of the lots will achieve an improved development more consistent with the character of the neighborhood. So it may be interpreted as if one lot is unique and the combining of lots, plural, will help, then that may be an interpretation. I'm not sure what's the right interpretation, but
Right.
it's a little unclear to me personally.
So there is in our subdivision ordinance a definition of lot, not parcel.
Okay, so back to the current situation, is it 6A, 6B, and 6C are 3 lots or not?
one of the components of a lot, there's like 5 different categories. I'll read one that would seem to indicate that 6C is a lot.
Okay.
A parcel of real property delineated on a record of survey, lot split, or sub-parceling map approved by the city.
Okay, so when we look at what was on the screen with 6A, 6B, 6C, that's an approved split by the city?
That I can't say, but if those are existing legal lots, then yes. I can't.
Okay.
Not knowing the exact time of that, of the creation of it.
So, Commissioner Stufenberg, what do you think of the interpretation that if one of the lots has unique circumstances, which 6C arguably, but up for debate, does, and combining the lots doesn't necessarily mean the 2 adjoining lots?
For the big one.
Do you have any feedback?
I appreciate that, and I thought of that very same thing with the way it's worded. Does it mean that if just one of a series of lots meets the criteria, is then that entire series considered under that blanket? I wouldn't think that would be the way this was written, because that could be a real rabbit hole to go down. If you open that up, that is not a good direction for code like this.
I can agree with that.
I do. Well, there could just be so many instances where one small out of character lot that does meet this criteria could then be used as the vehicle to blanket as many lots as somebody wants to. And that does happen. And there are instances where you could see a benefit from that happening. But I thought of that. I don't think that would be the spirit of this code at all. And code does have a certain spirit, if not direct wording.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I think it would be part of, at least in my mind, a clarification. Because I don't know, I hadn't looked at it until this very meeting, but I think you bring up a good point. So I just wanted to talk about it in a
and it's
calm,
one of the nasty things I do is I always go to the underlying code or back to even the general plan. And I'm not against this project, but I want it to meet code because it's so easily subject to challenge if it doesn't meet code. And I can't vote on something that doesn't meet code. And I understand there can be different interpretations.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I just want to get your feedback, and I don't know what the right interpretation is either. And I can agree that
the whole spirit of it is here to me read as, look, you're going to have unusual circumstances, a triangular lot or something like that, or a really heavily sloping lot that doesn't stand well on its own and would make sense to become part of something else. That does happen. We don't have any of that here. Now we're even talking about, is parcel 6C even a lot, and we haven't gotten we're waiting on a clarification of that, because the way this written is for lots. But I tried to find things that would say, yes, it meets this criteria, but it doesn't.
They asked me to unmute me.
Okay. Thanks for that viewpoint. I had that same viewpoint as an opposition to what I'm saying, and I don't think it flies.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, and I'm open to different interpretations, so I would be interested in some clarification, but that was just my reading of it for the first time. So, okay, thank you. I had a couple of questions for the applicant, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Barrow, first I wanted to also say thank you for all the work you've done, taking all the time and the meeting with all the residents, all the meetings you did. You did a lot of public outreach, and I want to commend you for that. It was really well done. I had a couple questions I wanted to confirm. So I asked staff, I wanted to check with you. All 36 of these proposed units are going to be market rate units. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And does Blue Mountain Development intend to build the 36 units proposed here?
No, that we are not the actual builder for the homes.
Okay. Do you plan to do demolition or scrape the lot, or what is your kind of goal after moving forward?
Well, the goal will be to prepare the plans that are needed for the effort, and then a contractor will be hired to demo the buildings and do the remediation, and then a builder will come in and build the homes.
Okay. Is there a target price for each of these units that you had envisioned when you designed them?
I think if you look at current comps around the area, some of the townhomes for sale on Inglewood and Rockefeller, I think that's about $1 million to $1.1 million. So that seems to be about the appropriate comp. So 950 to $1.2 million, depending on the unit size.
Okay. And the one thing about the HOA code about the parking, in the conditions of the plan, it says that, you know, that basically the city will review it and meet the municipal code. But my question is about the guest parking that's provided on site. Is it intended to be for the residents of the units, or to be blocked from the residents of the unit, or have overnight restrictions or anything like that?
The intent is to have overnight restrictions, that those are guest parking, not a third spot for the units.
Okay. And is that standard?
That is, I just did a project in El Segundo, and we have a similar restriction like that. That you can have overnight parking if there's a sticker on the car, if there's a guest overnight card put on it. So that can be done through the CC&Rs of the project.
Okay, I understand. And at the meeting last month, you had said one of the conditions you wanted to have edited for some change. Can you remind me what that edit was?
Yes, I wanted to speak about condition number 15 with the sound barrier, and I wanted to clarify that is along habited homes only, that it's not along the right-of-way, and it's not along the property line adjacent to the 20 townhomes that are yet to be built, just because that's not required. So if a sound barrier is required, which I don't think it's necessary, because it's an item that's very difficult to enforce. I think the city's hours of operation are strict enough, and code enforcement is strong enough that the hours of operation must be maintained. That a sound barrier is very difficult to enforce. I had that experience with another project, and there's the attenuation that you get from a sound blanket is essentially minimal. So having that is just an aesthetic block as opposed to a practical application. But if one is requested, that it only be placed along habited structures. So,
okay, understood. Okay, I think that's reasonable. I was just trying to clarify because I remember you mentioned it at the last month's meeting.
Thank you.
Those are all the questions. Yep, no problem. Those are all the questions I had for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Glad.
Thanks. I just had a couple of questions for staff going back to the municipal code issue, just because I want us to have as much clarity as we possibly can on this as we continue to move forward. So the B1C says one or more of the lots is subject to other unique circumstances, such as unusual lot size, shape, or topography, and the combining of the lots will help achieve an improved development more consistent with the character of the development in the neighborhood. I think we're all sort of in agreement, or we can see how it would provide a development more consistent with the character development of the neighborhood than the Foundry does, the current operation. The question I have is with regard to the unique circumstances, because as I read this and interpret this, it is a little bit vague. The examples that they give of unusual lot size, shape, or topography are just that. They're merely examples. They're not limiting. So what do you guys see as the unique circumstances of those three lots?
I think, so when you talk about unique circumstances, I just want to point out, if commission decided that they didn't feel that it met any of these criteria, this could be, you know, separate proposals. The problem is now you're dealing with parcel 6A that creates a serious challenge on that access of 190th. That's a unique circumstance to that lot because that creates such a concern with the traffic pattern that would have to have the access from that site. I mean, from that side of the site. So, you know, if it was something that was developed in separate pieces, you know, that is going, you know, that's the unique circumstances is that now would have to have an access point from 190th that creates a serious traffic hazard, which we, you know, discussed at the last council meeting. So that's one of the things that stands out to me in this particular circumstance.
So that's obviously one, and I know we had a long discussion at the last meeting where we talked about the safety hazards and all the rest of that. And Mr. Kim spoke to their recommendations with regard to access to those sites because of those concerns and not accessing off of 190th. Are there any other things that you guys see? To be honest, I'd love the laundry list of what you guys all see as qualifying as the unique circumstances so that the commissioners can decide whether or not they are in agreement that those are unique circumstances. So are there any others?
If I can share what those unique circumstances are that need to be in consideration, is that you have the existing foundry there. So you have an existing use that's a non-conforming use, and that this essentially gets that to be now in character with a neighborhood. So it's a legal non-conforming use that's an industrial use on an R3 property that by combining the parcels that are there, you're creating a single parcel that's going to have a condo map that enhances the livability of that neighborhood. So I think it works perfectly fine as an interpretation of the code.
I think Director Forbes, bringing up that safety issue is really the most prominent, unique circumstance. Without those lots incorporated into this development, we're forced to take access from 190th essentially. And that is, you know, as we've discovered and looked at very, very closely, a very unsafe in comparison and unique circumstance we wanted to avoid.
So from everything that people are saying, then the unique circumstances, like you said, you've got the safety issue. You've also got a situation where you've got a non-conforming use that more than likely has quite a bit of environmental remediation that's going to have to be done. And in terms of getting a developer that's going to buy that, they're going to have to buy the entirety of all three parcels as opposed to a single parcel because of the non-conforming use and the way that the property is currently situated. Is that right as well?
Correct.
That's correct as well. All under single ownership.
Mm-hmm. And I would like to add that if the lots along Fisk were developed individually, that would be 3 driveways along Fisk on the west side.
Which would also have a greater impact in terms of the neighborhood and the availability of parking and all the rest of that, which has been a concern that has been expressed by the neighbors, right?
Mm-hmm.
As well as with regard to the trash cans, that's not something that would be able to be addressed the way that it's being currently addressed and would create additional issues too with that have been addressed through the proposed project.
Right.
So the next question I have in follow up to that then is one of the issues that was raised was with regard to interpretation. And typically speaking, when you've got a statute or an ordinance that is vague on its face, you look to see whether or not there's any sort of history in terms of the development of the legislation or the statute or the ordinance, as well as what the past practice has been in terms of interpreting it here. So has the city had an opportunity to interpret this section in the past? And if in this kind of a situation, and if so, how was that interpreted?
I'm not aware of large lots of this size, also incorporating within them our standard, let's say R1 size developments that created this unique circumstance in the first place. Majority of the intent, as I understand it for this section, is to prevent the acquisition of multiple units in an established neighborhood that are all the same size, and then combining all those for a more massive development.
Okay. That was all I had. Thank you. I mean, I guess maybe I should just say is that before I turn it back over to you is my reading and understanding of the code. The unique circumstances are not limited to topography, shape, size, so forth. It really is looking at what is unique and is there something that unique that allows you to, by combining them, you're able to better serve the needs of the community, the needs of that neighborhood, and be a use that's more consistent with that neighborhood is. And it seems to me that the staff's interpretation and the proposal that's put forward does that because of the limited access, because of the safety issues, as well as the likely environmental remediation and the way that the non-conforming uses right now would qualify as those unique circumstances. It seems as though there's not necessarily a comparable project that they can point to, not surprisingly, because you don't have a lot of these light industrial non-conforming uses that are backed up on these residential neighborhoods and in quite the same way. I think that would have been helpful had we had something like that as a comparator to see how the city dealt with that in the past. But I do think that these kinds of circumstances could potentially qualify as unique circumstances to satisfy the code. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chairman Elder.
Thank you. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in a little bit and just say that, Nick, you guys have done a great job with this project. I know that you had talked about the ability to do 38 units and you opted to go with less units, but have, more green space and things like that. And I think one of the unique characteristics of this as well is that by having shared driveways, you limit the amount of concrete and basically increase the green space that the neighbors and the tenants are going to be, available to. If you there was some questions about, market rate and low income housing, things like that. If you were to take advantage of the low income housing, how many units could you build as opposed to the 36 that you're building?
If you went to 38 and you used a 20% density bonus, you would go up to 45, 46 units. So that could be the absolute push using a density bonus to have affordable units there. But that's certainly not the proposal that we wanted to bring to the city and to this neighborhood.
Right. And a developer, I think, who was just after the money would, try and head that direction and, clog up the neighborhood even more with parking, because I know with the low income housing, you're not limited to, or you're not required to put in as much parking. And the height limitations are removed, or actually they're more lenient. Is that accurate?
They are more lenient if you go with higher density. And I think with Hawthorne Boulevard being a main transit corridor and having a bus stop there, you certainly have certain CEQA exemptions too. So I think that, that would have been sort of a kind of the wrong tactic for somebody who lives in Redondo Beach and for somebody who is from the neighborhood essentially. And I think as you can see by the neighborhood asking that the project go through is just a sign that there's a general agreement that this is much better for the neighborhood and that it meets the aesthetics, the design, the size, and all the criteria that you can check from a neighborhood within Redondo Beach.
Yeah, and thank you for working with the neighbors, because you did turn them around. Initially, they were against the project or bits and pieces of the project, and in the end, they sent a letter commending the project, and they're looking forward to it. So thank you, and thank you for working with staff as well to make the buildings line up so that they don't look out of place either on Fisk or on Spreckels either. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
No more questions.
Right, thank you. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, talking about, I am going back to the code issue. I think it would be difficult to consider those things as unique when there is a current development directly to the west of it that is essentially equivalent to parcel 6A and does the things that we're saying you can't do with this one. I appreciate the trying to find the workarounds to it, but I think that would be a tough one to defend because you've got one right next to it, so it's not unique. And I am trying to really follow the code here. If this were a completely standalone and there wasn't something next to it, maybe you could slip that through as unique. But when there's one right next to it that has access through only 1/90th, it's no longer unique and it doesn't fit the criteria anymore. And I'm more than happy to hear other opinions on that, but I think that would be a tough one. And I want this to meet the code. That's what we're supposed to do here. And there's a lot of good aspects. Nick has done a great job with this on so many other things. There's no doubt about that. But when I found this, it just stood out to me that it doesn't meet that code. I'm sorry, but it's you're really stretching. Yeah, go ahead, Brandy.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so why this one is different and unique from the other one that does have the access from 190th was, I know that Gene Kim, our traffic engineer, had gone into it quite a bit in the last meeting, so I don't want to rehash that. But the issue was that whole turning and that being so immediately right there, versus the other property has that distance, has that visibility. Once that turning traffic coming along gets to that property. So that's what makes this particular property different than the one adjacent to it, is it has that distance for that visibility as that person's turning. I think we were talking about the T-boning possibility of somebody turning off of Fisk and then and somebody pulling out of that parcel if they were accessing 190th. So I just wanted to point that out. I know that was a big conversation at the last meeting to talk about the traffic and the access points. So that is something that's unique to this is that site, that distance from that turning radius.
Yeah, and I appreciate that again. And what goes along with it, because of the proximity to the intersection of Fisk is what you're talking about. It's closer. And so the flip side of that is that people turning off of Fisk, southbound on Fisk turning, they're not going to be allowed to turn left, is what we proposed before. That went through already, I believe. And if they're turning right, part of it is that by the time, because they are so close, they really haven't had a chance to accelerate yet. So the further away from Fisk you get as you've turned westbound onto 190th, the more you're going to be will have accelerated, the faster you'll be going. That presents equal safety issues. But if you're closer, the closer you are, the flip side is the safer you are, because somebody coming off of Fisk can't accelerate that quick. And
I'm not the traffic engineer. I know that was the conversation. That issue is once you've turned, then you actually have that visibility once you get beyond that turning radius and you're moving. So yeah, you're correct that you might be more accelerated by the time you get there, but your vision is going in that direction and you're going to see anybody pulling out. The concern is as you're turning, you're watching and you get around that turn, then you're right there and already on that site. So I'm not the traffic engineer, but I do know that was the conversation, very thorough conversation at the last commission meeting.
Yeah, and I see both sides of that. You've got the key things in any kind of traffic situation are visibility, speed, and distance, and that's it. If you've got good visibility, that helps. If you've got a lot of speed, that's a downturn. If you've got a lot of distance, stopping distance, reaction distance, whatever, that varies with the time or the speed as well. You don't have that time if things are going fast. So if things are going slower and you're closer to that intersection, you're safer. So I'd like to make that argument and really stand with it. It has the downsides though too, that it can't just stand alone like that. We got to consider always the devil. I love playing the devil's advocate. You guys know that. So
I think at this point, regarding the driveway access, the uniqueness of the property, the proximity of a driveway to Fisk Lane, I think probably at this point, each commissioner would probably have to decide for them whether that's a factor and have that affect their vote or conditions of approval or those things at this point, because it doesn't sound like there's going to be consensus. Does that sound accurate or fair, or does anyone think that there's going to be progress?
Yeah, it may be problematic in us interpreting code, because that gets into a whole new realm beyond just making a decision that's based upon clear criteria. And I know this issue wasn't addressed. What I'd love to see is staff come back with some clear and absolutely defensible language that says it does meet the code, other than just saying it meets the code, but give some specific examples and really prove to the commission, and that way the commission could stand behind it. And I would too. You can convince me. I'm not dead set against this. I'm presenting what I see here. But I think that would be the best route for everybody.
So I
to give staff a chance to do that.
If I can add, from a historical standpoint, the property to the north was a combination of two lots. So the Anastasi property, that was two parcels that were combined. So that has been done. The site is currently being graded, and the city has done that before. So
well, if it was two long skinny lots running north-south, that would be different than if it was two lots that were more rectangular and one of them was landlocked. If one of them was landlocked, it clearly meets the criteria. So I don't know the history on that. Again, that may be an example that could be used to help to move this along, but without seeing it and knowing, it's hard to say, what was the situation there? Maybe it did meet clearly the criteria under the code. For example, because if one was landlocked, it meets criteria B under one, that one or more of the lot has no legal access from a public street or alley. I just don't know the situation.
All right, I see Commissioner Topero had your hand physically up, so I wanted to make sure I called on you as well.
Yes, thank you. First of all, as the other commissioners, I want to commend Applicant Bureau for maintaining such a good community outreach, and also to really look at the quality of life for the residents by not overbuilding. And I think that's extremely important relative to the conversation that was just between Commissioner Rodriguez and Applicant Bureau. And I think a lot has been said already, but what I will do is I just want to commend Commissioner Glad for very eloquently putting the situation in perspective. So that's all I will say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I actually had more questions for staff. Can I get a kind of very high-level explanation of tonight's kind of findings in regards to the general plan versus what the commission approved last month with the CEQA levels of significance? If somebody can kind of explain that to me, I would appreciate it.
I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
Sorry. So last month with the CEQA hearing part of it, there was basically some data, and then there's like levels of significance that were not met. So, you know, then the finding was that there was no impact that met the levels of significance in CEQA. But tonight, we're not judging against that. We're judging against the general plan and the municipal code, which has different levels or different thresholds. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, there's criteria that needs to be made, or you need to affirm that the project meets the criteria for the conditional use permit, planning commission design review, and the vesting tentative track. And we went through all those criteria, and if the project is designed and conditioned in a manner that is consistent with meeting the criteria, then you have the ability to approve the project.
Okay. So can I see a picture of the site map and the guest parking? Maybe whatever image best shows the guest parking. Sure. So yep, this is good. The 6 units along Spreckels. The municipal code, without going into the citation, for every 6 units is 2 guest parking spots along with the 2 garage spots. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if you look at the 6 units on Fisk and 190th, there's 3 guest parking spots provided, right, for the other 6 unit bundle?
Correct.
But in the northern 6 unit, there's only 1 guest parking. So how is that okay?
Well, it is, overall, the site is one property on the west side of Fisk. And so the municipal code requirement is that the site have, depending on the number of units, in this case, it's required to have total 12, and it has a total of 15 on the project site. Now, we did struggle with that as well. We worked hard to try to design it in a way that would get us the second space up here, but we were also balancing it against, let's say, in this case, the trash enclosure and the desire to have that versus the cans by the individual units. So what we did as a compromise, and in this case, was create direct access and locate a guest parking stall immediately adjacent to the 6 units, but on the lower portion of the single property.
So that is the second guest parking spot for those?
Yeah, that's the second guest parking spot for the 6 units.
But it's a 10-foot height difference, and there's some steps in between?
Correct.
And this is allowed because we're turning this whole area on the west side into one lot. Is that right?
That's correct.
If somebody lived in the 6 unit complex, would they know that that's their parking spot and that that's one lot? It sure would look like 2 lots to me.
They would know. Nick has the CC&Rs, and those.
Yeah, I can answer. I can answer.
Are included in there.
Yeah, when you buy into this neighborhood, you're going to be part of an HOA. So as the process of purchasing one of these units, you're going to be part of the neighborhood. You're going to get your CC&Rs. You're going to be you're going to be getting a disclosure of your HOA and what that pays for. And you're going to be part of this neighborhood, which is made up by all 36 units. You're not going to buy your unit and just move in and not know that you're going to be paying an HOA fee for your trash to be picked up. You'll know in the process of acquisition of your home that there's this extra spot right there, and there'll be a pretty significant briefing of what the neighborhood has.
So when I was looking to purchase a home, I looked at some, R2 and condo type things. CC&Rs and HOA rules and such are normally hundreds of pages, right?
Usually, yes.
And they may be available before you make an offer or purchase, but not typically read through several hundred pages before you purchase, right? And even after you purchase, I don't know how many people actually read their HOA CC&Rs, but it just, you know, I get that there's one lot and therefore there's enough guest parking on the whole lot, but especially because of the height difference, I'm not sure that anybody who lives there is going to know. And the person living in unit number 20, sorry, the numbers are really small, you know, is going to see somebody parking next to their unit and walking down the stairs to what looks like, you know, a separate part, especially because of the height difference. So I have a, you know, big concern there about the guest parking adequacy of the 6 units on Spreckels.
Well, those stairs serve an extra purpose. It's not just access to the parking spot, but it's basically what joins the two sites together. And we need to do that from a neighborhood standpoint. If we were to block that off and keep those separate, then it would be a separate project. The whole idea here is to have a combined entire project. If you just did 6 here and then the other 6 and then the other set of units, it sort of takes away from doing a significant project like this.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with the stairs. I don't mind them combining to share the open space or whatever, but I just don't see how someone's going to see that that's their second guest parking spot. And in a different part of the code, I think that, you know, at least 2 spots are required for those units, because that's typically how an R3, you know, 6 unit would be. So that's just the concern I have for that one. I think the rest of the guest parking is great. I think, and I wanted to commend you also on the, you know, the project that you did put together, the size, the bulk, the mass is great. The outdoor space is excellent. I love that everything is on grade and like a yard. No, you know, hanging appendages called outdoor space. So, you know, there's lots to be commended here. I wanted to also echo that point. Okay, can I ask one more question about the guest parking?
Before we get to that, Commissioner Hensley, I'm just curious, could we add a condition that requires a signage up on that, you know, where that the parking space will serve, so that they know that the parking is, you know, there's an additional guest parking space down below, you know, accessed via Fisk Lane, some signage of that sort. And I'm just putting it because I get your, it's not going to be intuitive if you pull in there to meet somebody that lives there.
Yeah, that's not bad. I just also think that the, you know, 20 unit, everyone who lives there is going to see a car pull in and go to that one guest spot and walk down the stairs, which they're entirely legally, you know, allowed to do, but it's just going to, you know, strike me as a little odd. I do like that, you know, condition, but I'll think about it as we go on. Okay, thank you for that idea. I appreciate it.
And we will gladly accept that as a condition, that sign. But also just, it's worth mentioning that the mailboxes are located for these 30 units at the bottom portion. So there's going to be a central mailbox area that you need to take the stairs to access to go over there. So.
Okay, yeah, understandable. It's just parking is a premium. Mailboxes are mailboxes. Okay. I had one other question on the guest parking between the units near 190th. I guess this picture is okay. Yeah, there in the front there. What is the width between those 2 buildings? The 3 unit, the north-south width, like somebody would be backing out of a head-in guest parking space. Yeah.
That's 25 feet.
And is the garage door recessed into, like, under the house, or is it flush with the 20-foot separation, or?
It's recessed, just
5 feet? Or?
Yeah, or 2.5 feet.
Oh, 2.5 feet. That's right, on both sides.
Yes.
And is that the standard separation for a R3?
The separation is 20 feet. The backup for the garages are 25 feet.
Okay. And is the expectation somebody can make a U-turn and turn around, or that they have to back all the way out of a head-in guest parking space or back into the space?
Typically a 3-point turn. They'll back out of the stall and then towards the farthest garage door face and make that 3-point turn, then can complete the 3-point turn by driving out.
And is 25 feet the standard amount?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. I had one more question about the noise, and this kind of goes back to my first point about the difference between CEQA and the general plan. All the units along 190th, when I looked through the noise data, it seemed like that they exceeded the municipal code, the general plan's requirements for the noise because the 190th is a busy street and generates it, and that to mitigate that and be in compliance with the general plan, that there's some countermeasure taken to reduce the noise of the units on 190th. Can I get a short description of that part?
Sure, yes. So the those structures closest to a noise generator, as in this case 190th, will have to have additional sound attenuation components in the walls, extra pane of glass potentially. It's all driven by the amount of noise reduction required based on the distance from the roadway and the noise analysis that's conducted. That will determine the construction materials that need to be incorporated into the structure to reduce the sound to, I think it's 45 decibels interior noise levels. So thicker doors, windows, and walls.
And I assume all that's with everything closed, right? Doors, windows?
That is, yes.
So if they have the windows open or doors open or such, it would be noisy, right? But the general plan doesn't say windows open, windows closed, does it?
It's assumed with the structure enclosed.
Okay. And would any other sound attenuation be useful? Would any other additional shrubbery or higher fences or some other noise attenuation be helpful to the residents along 190th?
And there are higher fences, yes.
What is the height of the fence along 190th?
They are 6 feet at the setback. So for the private open spaces, they're 6 feet. If they encroach into the front yard, I think they're reduced, but we went over this very, very closely with the applicant to try to, two purposes, or three if you add noise, was to get the private open space on grade, push it back from the street, and to increase once it was private open space and it's outside of the setback, then we could increase the height to 6 feet to further reduce sound and privacy.
And which one of the conditions covers the extra noise attenuation of those units on 190th? Is it a condition of approval?
Yeah.
If I can opine on something, our current building code, 2019 building code, basically requires that the interior noise be 45 decibels. So basically, by complying with current building code, you satisfy the interior noise requirements. Anything above that, which is going to be done with windows, is you increase the STC coefficient, which most new construction now has 32, 33 STC double pane windows. I'm going to refer to a project in El Segundo, which I did, which is right across the street from the runways at LAX, which are in a 75 decibel, 70 decibel zone, and they require 32 STC grade windows. So you won't get to that here, but it's sort of standard installation now, and the attenuation is met by meeting the building code.
It also has to comply with the city's noise ordinance as well.
Okay. In the initial study, though, when it talked about the noise data in comparison to the general plan, it said that the simulation or data was above the general plan limit, and then that this extra measure was going to be taken to put it below. So I'm a little confused by what Mr. Bureau just said versus what was in the initial study. So I guess either standard construction is sufficient or extra things are needed. I'm not sure which is the right one.
Well, standard construction is sufficient to meet the city's code. If you don't meet it with, through changes in construction practices, then you would be in trouble essentially, because then you would not get your certificate of occupancy by not meeting that interior noise level. So it's basically your true hammer is the certificate of occupancy that's issued by the building department to meet a 45 decibel interior noise level.
And is that the, hold on, I'm looking at the conditions. Condition 16, state exterior noise guidelines?
I believe so.
Condition
Hold it up
16.
while I'm sharing screen. If Mary Ann, could you look at condition 16 and confirm that? I believe that is the condition.
Condition 16 says, conduct a focused acoustical analysis of the subject property for noise impacts from the ambient traffic noise exceeding state exterior noise guidelines prior to submittal of final architectural drawings.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, so state exterior noise guidelines are the same as the Redondo Beach Municipal Code noise ordinance or whatever you had mentioned previously? Are the same level or the same threshold or what?
It's
Well,
the
they'll have
same
to meet
measurement.
both. They have to meet both.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much to the other commissioners. I know I had a lot of questions. Thank you for the time. That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I forget, we actually did have a public comment on agenda item D that was meant for this agenda item. Is now the appropriate time to read that?
Actually, we do have also speakers that are in queue to speak as well, so we can do those first perhaps, and then read the comment after that.
We can't hear you, Vicki.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hear you now.
There we go.
Okay, I'm sorry. We do have that one e-comment submitted, but we also have two speakers, live speakers in queue to speak. If we'd like to go to those speakers first, and then we can read the e-comment thereafter.
Okay.
And Mr. Scully, can you unshare your screen?
I sure can.
I'm going to make a few housekeeping comments for the speakers that are in attendance. If you wish to be on camera, please state so and I will enable the video. You have 3 minutes and the timer will begin when you begin to speak on the item and you will be muted thereafter. Lastly, if you wish to speak on another item that appears later on in the agenda, please use the raise your hand feature so you will be recognized to speak again. So the first speaker is Louisa Fileto, and I'm going to...
Hi, I'm actually the planner working with Nick on the site. So I'm actually just here in case there was any specific design questions. I have no further comment.
Okay, understood. Thank you. The next speaker then is Nick Manea, and I'm allowing him to speak now. And
hi, my name is Nick Manea, and I also work with Nick Bureau. Luis and I work with William Hesmalt Architects, and we're happy to be part of this really cool and exciting project. We're here for any questions.
got it. Is there anyone in the other that are of the registered attendees wishing to speak on this item? Please raise your hand using the feature. Okay, it doesn't appear so, so I'll turn it over to Analyst Portalese to read the e-comment submitted.
Yes, so there was one e-comment submitted from Jill Lao, spelled L-A-U-E. This is regarding a driveway coming out onto 190th for the new homes being built. It was determined by the Transportation Department, I believe, that it would be too dangerous. It would not be any more dangerous than Lamps Plus Driveway, which is one building away from Hawthorne Boulevard, and our driveway, Sun Harbor Apartments, which is right next to the driveway. Sun Harbor has only one exit on one of our driveways, the south driveway, and the exit faces the driveway that the houses would use. It isn't a wide street, so add parking on each side of the street, add people leaving for work from our building and people leaving at the same time from the homes, cars parked on both sides, and having to exit at one corner. It will be a safety issue. I already can't turn out onto the street when cars are parked on both sides of Fisk. If a fire truck or an ambulance needs to get here, we also need to address moving vans. We have moving vans here often, people moving in and out of homes and of the new homes will also have moving vans. Those vans will take up a large part of the street. I've seen a line of cars around the corner from 190th because a truck of some kind was parked in the middle of the street. There's just not enough room. Not enough room on Fisk to handle the additional vehicle traffic. There does not need to be exits onto 190th for the new homes. I support the new homes. There just needs to be a safer exit plan for everyone involved. Thank you. Jill Lau, manager of Sun Harbor Apartments. And that's all the e-comments I have this evening for this item.
Great, thank you for that. I actually had a couple of questions as well. This one's probably for the applicant. The solar panels on the roof, are those going to be oriented south and west? I couldn't tell from the architecture diagram.
I believe the Planning Commission's packet has got an exhibit that shows the location of the solar panels. I don't know what page that is off the top of my head, but each unit will have the equivalent of 8 to 9 panels.
So I did see that. I just couldn't tell what the orientation was from that. Maybe I'm looking.
I don't know. I don't know the placement of those, if they're going to be tilted to the west or to the. I mean, I think most likely they'll be tilted west, but they'll be within the parapet of each one of those buildings.
Perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure they were hopefully pointing south or west. South gives you the most energy. West gives you the most energy at the peak usage time of the day. So those are the two most efficient. But I've started seeing them going in, pointing to the east or weird things like that as well. So that was my only feedback there. There was also a standard condition of approval for material storage on the street of no more than 48 hours. Would you anticipate needing material storage on the street for this project?
I believe so. I mean, it's a small site, even though from a general stand, it's a larger property within the Redondo Beach area. But from a staging standpoint, that you can stage on the property that is east of Fisk to the majority of the project. But there'll be a time when you build those units that you will have to stage on Fisk. So there'll be lumber drops, there'll be equipment drops. So yes, I think it's going to be inconvenient a little bit during the time in which it is constructed during the site, but we will need that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And pretty much everyone else has asked all the questions I had.
Can I clarify something from the letter that was submitted? I believe if we have an image of the Sun Harbor Apartments, there's 2 exits onto Fisk for that apartment building. There's one that is on the south and one to the north. So there are two entry points for that facility onto Fisk. And I just got clarification from our architect and site designer that yes, the solar panels will be faced to optimize maximum solar generation.
Perfect, thank you. I'd also agree it makes sense not to need a sound barrier when there's not an occupied structure adjacent to the property. I don't know if other commissioners agree with that, but that certainly makes sense to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I don't see anyone's hands raised at this point. I'd just like to thank you again for the extent of community outreach you've done and the number of changes in working with the community. I like everyone else, I think this is a great design. It's gone through a few different iterations and a lot of that's been based on community feedback. So I think that's great. But Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I was going to make a motion because I wanted to receive and file the presentation material that was shared. There's a couple of slides that were not in the some information that was not in the packet or not in the staff report. So I want to just make a motion to receive and file the presentation slide deck presented tonight.
I second that motion.
Motion by Commissioner Hensley to receive and file the additional material, seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Stand by for roll call. Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Vice Chair Glad.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. First motion of the night. Anyone want to make any other motions or have anything else?
I would just like to answer Commissioner Ung's question earlier about the property to the west. I pulled up my staff report I have here since I was the planner. There was no street dedication along 190th for the front of that property. And it has basically the same type of wording to verify that it is a 100-foot street width. And that was for the Anastasi property.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, seems like probably getting ready to close the public hearing. So I want to make sure I get my questions in before we do that. One last question I had, I'd asked earlier about market rate or below market rate, and there was some discussion of density bonuses. Can I get an explanation of the regional housing needs assessment and how this project feeds into that?
Sure. This site, as I mentioned earlier in our housing element, is identified on our housing sites inventory list, which is required in order to determine the city is satisfying its current RENA obligations. And so it is in fact on that list. It's not identified as a site on the list that is required to provide affordable housing.
And how does the city meet its affordable housing requirement?
They meet it by having a density, having enough available sites with a density of 30 dwelling units or greater.
So mixed use zoning?
Units. What's that?
Sorry, so mixed use zoning, you mean?
Yes, mixed use zoning and also our commercial regional zoning, CR zoning.
Okay. And have we built any housing below market rate?
Below market rate? Yes, we have.
Affordable housing?
Yes, we have.
Sorry. Which affordable housing has been built in Redondo Beach?
Well, we have, I don't have my housing element in front of me. Some of them are much older units that were built.
How about in the last 5 or 10 years?
We have the one on Avenue I, two that were built just recently in the last year, 2 years.
Okay.
Before that, Marianne.
I'm going to say there was one down on Paseo de la Playa. I believe there was some over there, but it's been a while. Over on Ruxton by the Grant and Artesia. Over there was a couple of units that were designated.
So would it be fair to say it's single digits of for sale affordable housing?
In the last couple of years, I'd say yes.
Sure, 5 years.
If we also now have accessory dwelling units being constructed that are also affordable units. Those have been registered with the state.
Okay, thank you. The reason I bring it up and what I would like to see is without a developer, going to a density bonus and doing, 20% affordable housing, I think any development of this size should provide some sort of affordable housing because in Redondo Beach, I don't think we build really any of it, and certainly not enough. So I would be interested in not 20%, but at least 1 or 2 units of this project having some level of affordability, because units selling for $1 million to 1.2 million are not helping our city's affordability problem. So I would be interested in that as a part of this project. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, follow-up question on something that Commissioner Hensley brought up for staff. Sean, do you know if this site was carried at 100% of density, or was it a call it a knockdown percentage for as far as meeting the RENA numbers for our current allocation?
It was all of our sites on the housing sites inventory list there's a assumption factor that they won't be built out to their entirety. When they are actually built out to their density allocation, then it actually helps achieve our RENA goals. But there's an assumption factor that a housing consultant is standard in the development of housing sites inventory lists that essentially builds in, even though it's allowed to be built to 20 units, only 16 will be built, something like that.
Okay, so it would have been at a lower than maximum density is what you're saying, how it would have been recorded as far as meeting our current RENA number of, what, 1296 or something like that, I think it is?
Roughly, yes.
Okay, and then what's the trigger point for it no longer being part of the inventory that is applicable towards RENA? Is it when the permit is issued or when it's actually built and a CFO is issued? Because we're coming up to a new RENA phase. Would this be off the books for that then?
It would be.
If it's permitted now, is it permit or CFO? Do you know? If you're not sure, that's fine.
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, but
I don't think we can claim it again though if it's already been developed. So I would say at permit issuance.
Yeah, it seems like permit would be what would make sense. So, and RENA is not about the intent, to use a nasty word, of RENA is to build, but the requirement for RENA is to allocate. Is that correct? We can't force people to build things, but the city's responsibility is to allocate an inventory of sites that can be built out to meet that could be built out to meet that number. It's not to build that number.
Correct.
So building, as far as the city is concerned, is no benefit towards RENA. In fact, it actually, in the reality, it takes away that inventory for the next cycle of RENA. That's what it is.
Correct.
But it is a benefit.
We just have to find other sites we may have to find other sites if that takes a site out and our RENA goes up, we'll have to find.
We'd have to somehow find other properties that could be built to meet a new RENA number. We don't know what that's going to be yet, but we know it's going to be up there again. So yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of confusion about RENA out there, but RENA for us is about allocation.
And accommodation.
And accommodation is a good word for it too. However, it is not about building. So as far as the city's concerned, building something being built doesn't help us for RENA. In fact, in reality, it hurts us for future cycles. Because it takes away, we don't have a lot of land out there.
It's consistent with the goals of the housing element, though, to build those housing units.
And consistent with the goal of RENA to build.
Correct.
The reality is the next cycle, it hurts us a little bit. Because we no longer have that inventory to count as a number towards meeting the next allocation. Okay, I just want to clarify that because I think that is a good point and it gets misunderstood a lot. And I know that the allocation is typically not at 100%. So if this were to be built out at 12, we'd be losing because, like the Galleria. Now the Galleria is being built out at 300. We can't claim those big numbers there anymore. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. Oh, sorry. Nick, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I guess if as a closing statement, I want to thank all of you for going through this and thank staff for 19 months of work. I think that we arrived here at our last meeting with a comprehensive, solid program and a package that includes all the things that you need. I urge you, or I ask you for your approval of this project this evening. And I thank you again and thank staff for all the work that's gone in over the last 19 months, and all of the community that has come out to the meetings and the feedback, and you see that incorporated. And I think you've seen loud and clear from the neighborhood that this is something that the neighborhood wants. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions for the applicant or questions for staff or Commissioner Hensley?
A question for the applicant. Do you have any interest or consideration in providing a small number of affordable units in this project?
I can have a very long explanation on why this is not the place for them. I've worked on inclusionary housing for sale units in El Segundo. We had 6 of those and it did not work. The city ended up buying out of those units because qualifying individuals at affordable prices is something that does not work. So usually rental units that are going to be affordable do work. So if you look at the program we had in El Segundo, you have the different average medium income levels. The city of Redondo does not have that set up. And it's not about gifting a unit, it's just how you structure it. So this is not the project for it, but I welcome to have conversations with you on how successful affordable housing programs can work. I'm working on one in Pico Rivera, 79 unit studio program. So it's a whole different program that requires sufficient density and a different type of product to be able to make affordable work. So this is not the one, but I'll spend whatever time you want me to spend with you to show you and give you some examples of how to incorporate affordable housing. But this is not a for sale product. Is very difficult to get to be affordable unless you have a very, there's a series of complicated deed restrictions that go along with it as well. So I'll explain those to you anytime, but this is not the project.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think the projects that were mixed use projects that had recently passed, but no affordable housing was provided. So that's fine. I understand your comment and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant or staff? Just reminding commissioners, we do have another major agenda item tonight as well. Would like to make a motion of any type?
They would make a motion to close the public hearing. Did we do it already?
We have not. Is there a second?
Motion?
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Taparo, seconded by Vice Chair Glad to close the public hearing. Here comes roll call. Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Taparo.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Vice Chair Glad.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. The motion passes. The public hearing is now closed. Anyone have any other motions they'd like to make? Don't all shout at once. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
I will make a motion to continue this item to the next meeting of the Planning Commission to allow staff and or the applicant to provide information that demonstrates compliance with Redondo Beach Municipal Code 10-2.514 paragraph B. Mainly because that issue really wasn't addressed in any of the documentation provided. And I think we all agreed tonight that there is some gray area there. And I think we should allow the chance to clear that up. So that's my motion to continue this for those reasons.
Commissioner Stutzenberg, if you would modify that, I would be interested in a legal opinion about the word, the lots. What are they talking about when they say lots combining?
I would accept that, and I'd left it somewhat vague to provide information to demonstrate compliance, and that could include legal opinion, that could include prior examples, giving us something, because it really wasn't addressed, and it seems like it just got missed And I don't want to accuse anyone of that, but that's the appearance of it. And we don't want to have that lurking in this. So I'm fine with that as far as getting a legal opinion as part of it that could come from our city attorney's office. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah, like the background of what exactly they try to discern the meaning of combining lots. What lots are they talking about?
Yeah, and along with that, I think we do. I don't think we ever got clarity on what were actually lots within this. We've got parcels shown, but the code specifically talked about lots, and I know that was somewhat discussed prior, but I don't think it ever got resolved as to what were the actual lots that we're combining, that therefore we can show, and that would be part of demonstrating that it meets the municipal code is, these are the lots. This is why it meets this criteria and is in compliance with the municipal code. I think we should give them the chance to do that. Again, I'm not against this project. I'm not at all, but I want to see it meet the code and do it clearly. And because as of now, it's not clear. I think there is good points been made. There is some room for interpretation here, but I'd like to hear some other opinions and get some meat on the bone of why are we saying that this truly does meet the municipal code, and it absolutely may. But currently I don't see it, and I think a few others maybe see that it's gray at best.
Could you just state the motion clearly so that
Yeah, motion is to continue this hearing to allow staff and or the applicant to provide information being either legal opinions or prior decisions that would support and demonstrate that this current project is in compliance with Redondo Beach Municipal Code 10-2.514B.
A motion by Commissioner Strutzenberg. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner Strutzenberg, seconded by Commissioner Hensley. Here comes roll call vote. Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
No.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Sorry. No.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner
No.
Vice Chair Glad.
No.
And I will also vote no, just because I do see how there's room for interpretation there, but the examples given weren't a limit, and I did see a lot of unique aspects to that property. So the motion does not pass. Although I do certainly appreciate the diligence to looking through the municipal code and determining all those things, because that is what we're here for, as you say. Are there any other motions anyone would like to make? Commissioner Hensley.
Sure. I don't know if you're going to make a motion. I'll try mine. So as I explained in the public hearing, I think the guest parking in the most north 6 unit doesn't meet the municipal code for providing 2 guest parking spots on what the layperson would see as the lot or the site. So I would like to approve the project CUP 2020-04, PCDR 2020-04, and subdivision vesting tentative tract map number 82707 to permit the project with 35 units and change the CUP as follows. Modify condition 1, and I'll repeat this, kind of long. Modify condition 1 for 35 condominiums, eliminating unit 28 and replacing it with guest parking. Modify condition 3, scratch that. Modify condition 15 to enter language that only the property lines abutting residential properties require the conditions of 15. And to add condition number 30 to provide 32 units at a market rate, 1 unit at a moderate income level, and 1 unit at a low income level. And to renumber the rest of the conditions accordingly. Sorry, that was kind of long.
No, that was perfect. We have a motion. Is there a second? Failing to get a second. Motion does not pass. Anyone else have any modifications or motions they would like to make? Vice Chair Glad.
Yeah. Make sure I'm unmuted. There we go. It's hard to toggle back and forth on the screens and find the right document.
We can hear
I'd like to, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the conditional use permit for case number IES MND 2020-01, CUP 2020-04, PCDR 2020-04, BTTM number 82707, subject to the findings and the conditions contained therein to permit the construction of a 36-unit residential condominium project known as the Foundry.
I'll second that.
Should be open to a friendly amendment on item 15 regarding the noise barrier and only having that adjacent to occupied residential properties?
Yes, I actually did mean to include that because I appreciated that point you made earlier. So yes.
Yes, 1 second.
The motion by Vice Chair Glad, seconded by Commissioner Topero. Here comes roll call. Commissioner Hensley.
No.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Abstain for the following reason that is to be recorded in the meeting minutes. Neither staff nor applicant were able to provide information to demonstrate compliance with the Redondo Beach Municipal Code 10-2.514 paragraph B, and this issue was not addressed in any of the documentation provided. Therefore, the information for us to make a decision tonight is incomplete.
Thank you. And thank you for noting the reason for the abstention. Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Vice Chair Glad.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. So the motion does pass. And that takes us, takes us to K, items for discussion prior to action, new business. Discussion and consideration of the draft Artesia and Aviation Corridors Area Plan, AACAP. Recommendation is to review and discuss the draft Artesia and Aviation Corridors Area Plan, AACAP, accept any public comments, and continue the review and discussion to the August 20th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting to allow the public and the Planning Commission additional time to review and comment on the AACAP during the pandemic. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
This one is technically
no public
not a
hearing.
public hearing.
Okay, my apologies.
right.
Sorry. Would staff like to give a presentation?
I'll turn this over to Sean Scully, our planning manager. He has been working with the General Plan Advisory Committee throughout the process of not only working on our general plan update, but then also the preparation of this draft plan. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sean. And just so you know, for this evening, we're just doing the presentation. We're introducing you to the plan, and we're going to have the, I believe it's a public hearing at the next meeting, that we will have a more robust conversation, allow you to really look at the plan from the information that you get from the presentation today with that, the eye on the reasoning behind how the plan was drafted. With that, I'll turn it over to Sean.
Thank you, Brandy, and members of the Planning Commission. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so there's quite a few slides. It is late. I would just ask the chair if there's any direction you want to provide me and how we walk through this. I'll tell you real briefly this presentation is very similar to what was presented to our GPAC, what was presented at our community meeting. I've trimmed it down some, but it's rather lengthy. Some of the opening remarks are about I'm not going to get into any of the real details of the placemaking and the mobility and the implementation measures. Those were included in your staff report. So this was going to be a broad overview of everything, background and the document, but it is long. So I just wanted to put it to your.
I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I know we've got a GPAC member on the commission. I know I've attended quite a few meetings on this, so I might ask other commissioners as well what level of detail they're looking for. But the important thing I think to note for the public is that this information is all available on the public website. So you can go through and ask questions in advance as well and get all that additional information. How deep of a dive, though, do commissioners want on this material? And are there specific sections you would like to see covered in greater detail or less detail? Anyone have any feedback there? Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, what I got from this is basically this was a plan that was put together back in the January timeframe. And the reality is our world is so different now. City doesn't have the money to do these things. By the time they might have the money, things may have changed so much. And I appreciate a lot of work went into this. There's no doubt. And much of it would still be relevant, but we don't know what's going to be relevant. So for myself, I would look at just a very high level at this point, because this is part of history as far as I see it.
So that is good feedback, but perhaps then we should do an overview because, like everything, things are changing.
Yeah, let me go ahead. I'll dive in if you guys need to slow me down or say, hey, skip that, whatever. Feel free to interject. This is just an introduction here. This is a discussion item, not a public hearing item. So I'll go ahead and I'll just dive in. We'll try to keep it high level tonight. We could also provide you with this PowerPoint presentation as well, so it can give you a little bit more information, and you'll have to use as you prepare for the next meeting. So this is just tells you how we're going to do it. 2 meetings, introduce it tonight, and then next meeting we'll be asking for a formal recommendation of the Planning Commission to the City Council. You can recommend any changes or whatever the case may be, but that's the format which we're going by.
Can I ask a favor? If we're
Sure.
at high level, if you could, you're going to be talking about revitalization of the corridor. Hopefully you can kind of highlight what the definition, that you came to agreement as far as what revitalization means and the attributes that were agreed upon, such that we know what direction will get us to that end.
Yeah, and that's a good point. This is like a script. Really what this is a script for revitalization in the current world, or let's say.
I just don't know what revitalization means, and it means a lot of things to people. So if you can kind of.
It means investment and improvements and, let's say, a next generation of development. All the development on the corridor is essentially original development, or a lot of it, and we're looking for that next phase of that development, which would be in some cases just remodeling and repurposing, and then also knocking down and building new. So just investing is revitalizing, and there's not a lot of investment on the corridor now.
I just wanted to say, in the context of this pandemic, what has happened with the Riviera Village has been very interesting, because that is in fact a impromptu revitalization of the Riviera Village in light of the conditions that we are in, the economic duress of the situation. So I think that even though economically, I think that as we look at this presentation, even though economically we may not have quite the funds for it to do like this, it would be nice if everyone can envision maybe some morphing of this in the context of the pandemic. And for example, what's been happening with, obviously the community spoke with the Riviera Village, and the place is packed with people and quote, vibrant again. So there is merit in this, even though we are in this difficult situation. So,
all right, let me go ahead and start plowing through this, and we'll see where we go. Appreciate those comments. Okay, so we all know where this is: aviation through Artesia. This was vetted by our General Plan Advisory Committee. And community members and stakeholders have looked closely at it. And to Commissioner Ung's point, why are we doing this, or, what is revitalization? But it's really the corridors just haven't kept pace with commercial transformation seen in other areas of the city, particularly Riviera Village and the Galleria. It hasn't happened at the Galleria yet, but the investments are being made to transform the Galleria. Interestingly, as I got into this project with the consultant and did a lot of research, there's been a lot of the ideas that are now, let's say, in print in the document are ideas that have been around for 20 years, but there hasn't been any consistent maintenance of those singular ideas, and without a consistent local advocacy or action or ownership, and in this case, really documentation in a singular place, they just have, they haven't materialized. So this document will help bring keep our feet to the fire, if you will, and these revitalization strategies will, be in writing and sitting at the front counter and be pulled out as property owners come in to say, hey, what can I do on this property in Artesia? So just a couple of little background things. What's informed the ACAP, that's what we call it, Artesia Aviation Corridor Area planning effort, and it's been the general plan update, and particularly a market analysis that was done. It confirmed things we already knew. Retail demand is diminishing, it's changing environment. And then there was a real surprise out of that document, and COVID will have an impact on that, but a significant unmet need for new and improved office space in the city. Then specifically for the ACAP, we did some targeted studies, a parking analysis of every single lot and all the roadway, parking in the right-of-way in the corridor, and a development pro forma analysis. When we first started this, we thought to really transform and to get investment in Artesia and aviation, we thought, well, we're going to find out with a development pro forma, get an economic consultant, a development consultant, and they're going to tell us what are the development standards do we need to turn this property over based on the value of the land, and then moving forward, what type of development, how much development are we going to need to actually have a developer come in and start acquiring, or developers requiring properties and turning them over and developing. And we found out, and the planning, the GPAC really, they were front and center. This was done at their meetings, and they reviewed this development pro forma, and it really became clear it was much more development was required, much more intense development would be required than GPAC and, in their opinion, the community could really envision. It would need to be 4 stories, much more FAR, less setbacks, much more intense development in order to support, because of the high land value, and actually turn that property over. So it really changed the GPAC's position on where they were going to, what they started to envision. It was a much more incremental, organic approach that this document embraced. So we'll go through some of that. There's a little bit on community engagement. We've talked about it. It was GPAC. We also went to the NRBBA, and then we had our community meeting, and then a survey. And there is some survey results where we had 156 respondents. And it was really about the implementation plan within the corridor and what the community thought were the priorities of the implementation plan. What should be implemented first? So the analysis, we really studied existing land use. We did an extensive study of parking utilization study, and then development feasibility. That was that performa. Just of note, and it's in here later too, but parking, we really found out that parking was underutilized, generally speaking. In the right-of-way, on-street parking was utilized about 68% of the time, and off-street, it was about 50% utilized. And an efficient parking area is 85% utilized. Okay. Existing land uses, just something interesting to know. We looked at every single parcel in the corridor to say, what uses are on the corridor. And predominantly, we found they were service-oriented and a large amount of automotive repair. Here's just the parking. It's just a little exhibit that shows the parking on street. And it's the black and red is 91 to 100%. So we do have areas where it is, utilized frequently. So it's like, oh, what's happening there? Those are some things that seem to be creating some need for more parking. And we did the same thing. Here's the off-street. And the red is 81 to 90, very little areas of red. And the predominant is green, I would say, and 0 to 40% and yellow. So it's much lower off-site or off-street. Challenges, the existing use, existing mix. The real big challenge is the high land values. They really limit the feasibility of redeveloping the property. You've got high land values, but mostly, paid off properties that are, they're getting income. So that's kind of like, if I'm a property owner, I'm making money on my property. I don't know if I'm that incentivized to turn it over. Shallow lots are a difficult challenge as well. And I think that's really it on challenges. Opportunities, improve the mix and location of uses, encourage reinvestment, improve the pedestrian environment, establish an identity, enhance gateways, improve connectivity. There were some really interesting discussions about that. More efficient parking. There's so many different options for parking. Improve mobility. A lot of discussion in the mobility chapter about that. And then implementation was identified specifically in that last chapter. So the approach, again, this is a roadmap to activate, energize, revitalize the ACAP, consistent with community desires for each corridor. Artesia is more of the main street serving North Redondo. It was determined, and then Aviation Corridor was kind of the secondary local serving neighborhood hub for all those residences, on either side of it. So crafting the plan, series of, so this is where GPAC really reached a consensus on what they thought would be appropriate and more realistic. and it was really smaller interventions, kind of create these opportunities, areas that were successful, and then organically those, you would have some increase as one area became successful, it could spill over into the adjacent areas. So the ACAP, here's the components of it: placemaking and mobility, establish desired role of each corridor, strategies, best practices, recommendations and actions, and then design standards and guidelines. This document, when it gets approved, if it gets approved, there are components of this document that projects that come before this planning commission will be having to make findings and meet criteria that it's consistent with this document. And then it has funding, how to fund and maintain improvements, and then implementation. And this is really where it outlines when and the priorities and the just rough costs and schedules that go into the implementation of the plan. So it's a resource for staff and officials to prioritize budget plan, consolidate actions with estimated time, responsible party, and relative cost. So this will be adopted by the City Council by resolution. It'll be a strategic planning tool, prioritizing and budgeting. Brandy will be using it with, there are items for the Community Development Department that we'll have to take action on, and it'll be moved through the strategic planning process with the council. Also, the standards and guidelines. It was really important that when this thing got adopted, this document, it needed to have actionable items, items within it right away. We didn't want it to be a document that, we didn't have to reference regularly, and make sure that the projects coming in were compliant with some of these design guidelines and standards that are in the document. Key concepts, policy, strategy, actions. So, these are kind of the big picture gets. Pedestrian focused environment, bike lane multimodal access along Artesia, enhanced neighborhood connectivity. There's another slide coming up that accentuates that. Alternative streetscape and street section design options. And this just really gives all sorts of different options for different streetscapes and improvements in the right-of-way. Opportunities to create temporary or permanent gathering spaces along the corridors. And we'll have a few slides on the streetlit and parklit. Again, organic growth, commercial, and it was determined the two preferred uses on the corridor are office, professional office, and restaurant. Then no new residential was a determination from GPAC. No new mixed use with commercial and residential uses. Non-residential development should retain 2-story limits, so keep the scale kind of where it's at. And then just a slight, our economic and market feasibility consultant, just in their communications with developers and realtors, professionals, just a slight increase in the FAR could make a big difference in turning over a couple of some of these properties. So here's the elements of the plan in an illustrative on a map, and kind of these targeted success zones, if you will, that would then spark some organic growth, are what we're calling activity nodes. And there was a couple of them identified. They were based on where there was more activity now in terms of the land uses, and then also some other elements were brought in that made sense to have these as the activity nodes. Particularly these streetlets. Each one is within or on the edge of one of these activity nodes. And I'll get into more of that in just a minute. Create localized destinations. Okay, so we're breaking down the corridor into pedestrian-friendly nodes. clustering complementary uses and preferred uses. And this is where we really try to target those activity nodes. Building energy around streetlets, again, same thing. And other improvements in the activity nodes, kind of targeting these specific areas of the corridor and trying to build from them. Also, and it's probably in a slide coming up, but letting the Galleria also drive some of this growth. Not trying to push it here at the same time we're trying to redevelop the Galleria. The Galleria will create some energy that will trickle down the corridor and try to connect with the corridor. So here's the Flagler Blossom activity node. This one was more of a civic activity node. You've got the public library, senior services, and community services. Then you have a senior mixed use development right in this activity node as well. Additionally, there's a streetlet opportunity in this node, but I'll get into that later. Here's the other node. This is the McKay Lane streetlet. Okay, there. And then this one goes, incorporates the the right of way and the new parking area. So now we have additional parking area. So we've got, we can kind of it takes the pressure off trying to require all the parking for the individual business. We've got an opportunity to have parking in proximity that then you park there, one parking place, and then you can walk this area. So a little bit improved development feasibility, that little bit of increase in FAR, reduce on-site parking requirements. It has to be under certain circumstances. It's a preferred use in an activity node, or we've got some collective public parking in proximity as well. Facilitate a low-cost loan program for preferred uses, reduce permitting fees for preferred uses. It's all about incentivizing the kinds of uses we want to attract that we think are going to achieve the goals of the plan. So here's just some concept, I guess. Activate the sidewalk. Again, this is something we can do. We have control over the public domain. And so activating the sidewalk, we know will create that pedestrian environment. So we do that with outdoor dining, retail displays, allowing things we don't allow now. A-frame signs, encourage active uses by allowing preferred active uses, incentives and design guidelines. So we prioritize incentives for projects with outdoor dining. Also, a pilot outdoor retail display program. So, it's something we try it, we see if it has the impact that we're desiring. And if it doesn't, the program ends. If it does, we grow it. Engaging storefronts and frontages. And this is just, again, playing off our storefront improvement program. It's just kind of the same concepts and further defining the design elements of what will become a more pedestrian-oriented component of or segment of the corridor. And this is the storefront improvement program. These are mini grants, and now we can prioritize, let's say, grants in the activity nodes. Maybe offer larger grants in those activity nodes with preferred land uses, so the preferred uses. And this is just an example of what the storefront improvement program has already done on our boulevard in the corridor. And then identity and streetscape enhancements. Those are detailed in the document. Craft a brand, incorporated identity elements. There's gateways, banners, wayfinding, public art. There's a lot of techniques that can be implemented that could help create the sense of place. This is just an example of where we have a gateway opportunity, right at the west end of the aviation corridor, at the big lots parking lot, that big retaining wall. And we just have an example, a real world example of a gateway statement on a very similar circumstance. Public art, kind of talked about that. And this is improving connectivity. This is something, again, when we get let's say we get a condominium development and it's adjacent to, the Artesia corridor. We're going to be looking to see if we can create a pass-through as part of that development. So you're not going, you're not having to go all the way down the block and walk. You're creating these connections. We have a word for it. Pedestrian routes through these, through the residential neighborhood, mid-block into the corridor. So it creates some opportunities. And this is an example of something down, that we're talking about in this photograph here. And then mobility. So a lot of all those slides were all about the placemaking side of it. Now we're into the mobility, the key concepts of the mobility chapter 4. Streetlets and convert street segments to temporary and permanent open space or permanent open space. And I know I've got some other slides on that, so I won't say any more. Improve connectivity, improve walking conditions and safety, improve bicycle and other mobility device access, improve transit, high quality bus stops, more like in terms of the aesthetic of it and having them all designed in a particular way. Then the future trolley service, this is in reference to the Galleria and having some trolley running the corridor up and down and connecting it to the Galleria as well. And then for parking, relaxed parking requirements, shared parking, Park One strategy. That's the kind of the reference to the new parking area in the Southern California Edison right-of-way. So the streetlets concept, this really got a lot of energy, and it was just frankly, it was a fluke that it came up. It was one of the surveys we had done as part of GPAC, our GPAC work, and somebody just brought it up. It was one comment out of, I don't know how many we got, and the consultant snagged it, flagged it, and brought it to everybody's attention, and it just got a lot of energy. So we pulled a lot of department heads and city engineer, traffic engineer. We got in a conference room and spent most of a day looking at every single intersection with Artesia to try to determine, does it have any merit? Is there any block that's actually going to work? And we did. We discovered 2, and those are the ones that we're proposing in the plan. And there's really detailed discussions about how those would work and photographs, aerials, and how they still work without cutting off access to the commercial businesses. And they really have the potential to be, a canvas for bringing in kind of pop-up activities within these areas that we're trying to change and in the activity nodes. So this is the green lane streetlet, and it's, I've talked a lot about it. There's a lot in the document about it, but the vision would be that you shut this area down here, and then it's, what do we put there? It could be, taco trucks pulling in on one night a week, or a little farmer's market, or it could be a lot of things. Those are yet to be determined, but it could create some real energy and activity on the corridor. This is McKay Street, same exact thing. This one worked, you see it's got access here, into the commercial property, but there's a secondary access. So we'd actually close this driveway down. It'd still be able to get in and out onto Artesia and onto McKay. And we'd have a lot of depth here to utilize as a streetlet location. Improve walking conditions. It's just a lot of strategies for making the corridor, which now, frankly, it's a commuter route for all intents and purposes, largely, and trying to change that identity. It'll never not be that as well, but we're trying to create this additional activity to the corridor to better serve all those residents in North Redondo and adjacent to it. Improve bicycle and other mobility access. There's a lot of different options for bike lanes along the corridor. And we investigated multiple options for how we rethink the existing right-of-way. So these slides just in the document has all these options in detail. There's maintaining parking and just adding a bike lane. Then there's getting rid of parking entirely, expanding the sidewalk. This is a real transformation here of the corridor, this option. A lot of issues, obviously. There need to be a ton of study to really map out the details and the potential impacts of it. Here's just some bullet points. Reducing the median to 10 feet. It's 14 feet now. Potential impacts on tree health. Removing on-street parking lanes reduces total parking, obviously. Removing raised medians at each left turn pocket. So instead of a raised median, you just have some bollards, plastic bollards, so you can squeeze that down. And then require a circulation element update, which we're going to have to be doing fairly soon as well, to reduce the required lane widths. We have certain roadway lane widths in the circulation element. We'd have to tweak those a little bit. And then also add bicycle infrastructure and reconcile with the South Bay Bicycle Master Plan. And improve transit and parking. Again, we've kind of hit on a lot of these ideas, and they're within the mobility section as well. And then funding and implementation. This is chapter 5 and 6 of the corridor plan. Just some of the key strategies for funding: special assessment districts, business improvement district, parking benefit district. And those are, the parking benefit district could be funded by in lieu parking fees. So, instead of providing, if you're a business, rather than providing proposed business, rather than providing all the parking you're required, 2 or 3 spaces, you maybe pay an in lieu fee instead of providing it, which would go to a fund for some parking facility somewhere in that corridor or in that activity node. And then parking meter fees are also an option. Impact fees, we have the John Parsons Public Art Fund, Galleria, and I might need Brandy's help. I know I think it was $1 million that's dedicated funds for the Artesia corridor for branding and other enhancements to the corridor. Identity.
I want to say that there was $1 million in public art fund, and then there was another, I believe, $1 million that went towards just improvements. It was, in the art realm of things, but more about how to aesthetically improve the Artesia area.
Yeah, thank you. And then there's grant programs. And you guys don't know this, but one of Brandy's strengths is digging up money through grants. She's really good at it, so I have no doubt we'll find something. We actually have a volunteer intern working right now just for hunting down grants. So I have no doubt there'll be some stones unturned and some grant potential coming our way. Potential incentives, city-sponsored grant program, storefront improvement program. We went about that. Expedited permitting. I don't know how we're going to do that. No, I'm kidding. Reduce permitting fees. I don't think we'll do that, to be honest. Our fees are already lower than anybody else's. But relaxing parking standards, that's a real tool to try to incentivize particular uses, preferred uses in our activity nodes. Then here's implementation. The report covered that, and it's essentially what's the implementation action, specific action, what's the potential funding source, what's the time frame, who's responsible, what department and other partnerships, the relative cost, and then the related strategies. And I think, this is I'm glad, I think this is our last slide or one of them. This was the results of and we're definitely going to provide, we'll send you the slide deck. This is the results of the survey respondents on the implementation actions and what was the highest priority. And they kind of fell into these three categories. I won't go through all of them, but just the top three. Initiate strategies to visually enhance the corridor and create a cohesive identity. Revise zoning or approval processes to encourage new uses or improvements, and provide assistance or incentives for businesses. So those were the top three out of that survey. And then, so the recommended action, you guys know, we're just introducing it tonight. Any comments or questions you can come up with now, feel free. You can, reach out to us during the interim between now and the next meeting. I see a hand up, Chair. I'm done. So back to you.
Great, thank you for that. And I really appreciate all the work GPAC and staff and consultants and the community has put into this. I know it's been a long road getting here, so I really appreciate that. Commissioner Topero.
Yeah, I think this is all very encouraging, and it is a lot of work. And of course, there'll be some adjustments with the pandemic, but I have a lot of faith in the grants and other areas. There's always creative ways to find something. I mean, this whole pandemic is a reset button, and relooking at priorities, and out of this change comes opportunity. This is really quite crucial. So the one positive criticism I'd like to give to the presentation is preferred uses. And that could become a very divisive and controversial topic. So I think it needs to really be defined up front, because, maybe, you mentioned about there's a lot of car repair, that's no longer a preferred use, but people are still using cars. Hopefully people are using more Uber and walking, and especially now, bicycles, you can't even buy a bicycle because everybody's been buying out the bike, which is fabulous, and hopefully this stays. But, is a preferred use, a massage parlor with a cannabis store and a tattoo parlor, and so you start to get this very complex social thing when you start to say what are preferred uses. So that's really something, I think it's a very delicate issue that needs to really be very diplomatically and ethically measured out, because the car shop place that is there, it's there, but we want to have, a liquor store, God knows what, a foo-foo liquor store, something, higher. I don't know. I'm just trying to use examples that I think we need to really define that, and I think that should be part of what is in our strategic plan, and how we as a city and our mission statement, coincides with this. One thing lacking also is environmental kind of approach to this. So I would add a couple of slides addressing environmental points. I think I was on the very first environmental commission of the city of Redondo Beach, which was in 1993, when we implemented all the recycling and all that kind of stuff that we see today. And then that morphed into public utilities, and then it morphed into public works and traffic. And so that was kind of the end of that commission. It kind of lived its life. And then I think it was in 2003, Mayor Mike Ginn at the time appointed an environmental task force, and we made recommendations to the city, and that was 2003. We haven't really done anything about that, and I'm kind of stirring the pot on that right now with the city council and stuff like that to see if we can't get something restarted. But so I think that also has to be part of this whole corridor. As you know, I'm so glad to see the art is there, because obviously that's something very close to my heart. And I'm quite familiar with the grant process, and we've done very well. You know, we adopted the 1% for the public arts at John Parsons, and actually, you know, he was there in the city. You know, I don't know if some of you know this. He was at the city council to support our desire to have a public art commission, and he actually died in city chambers when he was about to come up to speak in favor of the Public Art Commission, the making of that commission. So, as chair of the Public Art Commission for 8 years, we had a lot of discussions about this Artesia corridor and having, you know, sculptural elements and different things. So I can really see this coming into that. But let's also think of the biology in the corridor, that there is life, that there are plants and things like that. It's good to have all this, you know, the businesses, the preferred uses and stuff, but also to make room for grass and trees and flowers and something like that. Because again, it's that quality of life and elevating the bar and not just having a cement something or other with fake grass on it. So that's what I see missing right now. But in no way, I just want to say it's fantastic. It's great. And this will morph with the new state of the world, you know, and how we do business. So, yeah. Stop there.
Thank you. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think we have someone on the line that they want to have a public comment. So I think, is that correct?
Yes, actually, we do have someone that's signed on as attendee to speak.
So
And we also
they've
have
hung
some
with us
comments
till
as well.
11 p.m. Okay, yeah, since
Thank you.
you're here till almost 11 p.m., maybe we should, if it's okay, I'd like to hear from the public so they can get their comments. And then come back to commission discussion.
Perfect. And we've also got a written comment as well, but we'll go to the live person first.
Do we have to reopen the public participation? It's not really a.
Actually, it was never opened yet.
Yeah.
It's not a public hearing, so it's
okay, right? Yeah.
an item. So you can open that for the public comment.
Okay, he's not unmuted
Motion.
yet, so let's see why not. Mr. Aziz, if you can hear me first of all, you did submit a comment under e-comment as well. When you unmute.
Hi. Yes. Hi, Chairman and Vice Chair and Commissioners. Good evening. Thank you.
Before you continue to speak, Mr. Aziz, I have to ask you a question. Did you want your e-comment to stand, or did you want to speak instead?
I'll speak shortly, just very briefly, and I would like to also have the e-comment in the record, if that's okay.
Actually, it's got to be one or the other, sir. I'm sorry.
Then I'll keep the e-comment in there for the sake of time and to be respectful of everybody's time as well.
And it will be read into the record.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And so I'll turn it over to Analyst Pontalisa to read the two comments that have been submitted.
Okay, yes. So first comment from Peter Aziz. In reviewing the 177 pages of the ACAP, I would like to address some of the vague language and strategies for this revitalization of the Artesian Aviation Corridor. Number one, residential uses, not allowing for the height requirement due to incapability. Number two, funding mechanisms on page 4. What are they? Because as of right now, much of the city's finances are in disarray with the liabilities and litigations of the city council members. Number 3, on page 5, there is a large list of words that ultimately sound like empty promises in the strategy to move forward on this project. How can you ensure that those strategies are fulfilled with adequate funding and without another sell-off of city bond measures? This is not like other capital outlay projects the city has undertaken, and you are involving much of the business owners that may or may not be willing to move if there is not a hard guarantee. A skate park, this is certainly not the most ideal location for such a piece of recreation, knowing that it does not optimize the use of space for which you are intended for the Galleria. The list of highest priorities, number 7, Appendix 6.03 through 10.4.24 and 11.3.90. These again sound and feel like empty promises as mentioned previously. How do you ensure the funding of these if you do not have them? What measures are you making sure to move forward into being able to acquire those funds and flesh out these plans, not at the expense of increased taxes or selling off city bonds? And that concludes his comment. And then we do have one other comment from Wally Marks. In the effort to support GPAC's recommendation for more restaurants and greater sidewalk activities than this rendering, mobility figure 4.6, Artesia Boulevard concept without parking lane serves to be the best improvements to the built environment. By removing a parking lane, the city will need to create innovative parking solutions, park once options, and perhaps city-owned lots. Thank you. Wally Marks, property owner at 2810 Artesia Boulevard. And that concludes the comments.
Thank you. And I would like to thank Mr. Aziz for hanging in there so late into the evening. I appreciate your comments. And I'd also suggest please submit, whatever additional written comments you have or thoughts, prior to our next meeting as well, and get in as much feedback as you can. Any other Commissioner Stutzenberg?
Yeah, one, I think, really positive thing I saw that could be proceeded with is moving ahead with a bid, a business improvement district of some kind. And I don't think doing one for all of Artesia and aviation together is the most viable way. And even splitting those into two may not be enough. You may need to segment it further. But the point raised about how the Riviera Village, used this as an opportunity to really kind of transform itself and adapt. Great point, and it was the bid there that was the key to making that happen. They ponied up money, they pulled together, they made it happen. The city facilitated it and went along with it, but the bid there is what really made it happen. And that's what Artesia and aviation are going to need to make themselves successful, is bootstrap up and get their act together like the bid has in the Riviera Village. It's strong there, and it has made a difference in a lot of different ways, and they are very proactive. And that's something that could proceed with a minimal investment by the city, but really set a foundation for moving forward too.
Yes, I would say I fully agree. A bid would be a terrific thing to promote it. I think the challenge we've always had is trying to find a local business and people at that local business to spearhead that effort. So identifying those leaders in that local business community is the trick there. But yeah, I think that would be a fantastic way to facilitate that change. Commissioner Ung.
Yeah, I think this is possibly a good step in the right direction. One of the things as we next month we listen to the public participation, and as we start to formulate and converge on the strategy, we need to consider the consequences of this revitalization. I think it's good to have all these wonderful things. It looks really nice. I also know that if you slow it down, Grant Avenue is a known shortcut for going east-west, and the first thing I'm thinking of is what is revitalizing Artesia going to do to streets like Grant, in which, people just travel really fast on it and use it as a shortcut. And just thinking about, what are the consequences of the revitalization? Because you put up a business improvement district, they're thinking about Artesia. They're not thinking about all the surrounding areas that might be impacted. So, just something to think about as we look at it. It might sound good for Artesia, but it may not be good for some of the surrounding areas. And we should consider how we mitigate any sort of negative consequences. That's it.
Great point. Thank you. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I had a couple questions for staff. So first is a bid in the Artesia area. What has stopped the bid from being created until now? Is it, as Chair Elder mentioned, that they don't want to, or can I get a little background on that? It seems to come up over and over again in the recommendations.
I really don't know. I've investigated or researched the failings of pulling together a bid at this point. So it could be something we can look into to see, what efforts have been made, and do our best to provide some information to you as to what's the impediment.
I can add to that too. I mean, it's something where we as a municipality don't have that oversight or capability. It is something that is a private investment or contribution of businesses. So really, I think it does take some of that leadership. We are definitely here, and per the area plan is we support it as a municipality, but we can't do a lot to make it happen. We can just maybe help the businesses along. We have waterfront economic development is very active. They, had a strong part in really reviewing and providing input as well on this. So, I think that we as a municipality can help with that. It really is going to take some contribution of the businesses to really, and I don't mean just financial. I mean that they really have to, do a little bit of volunteering to really make that happen. And with that, I don't know that it's going to happen right now, but it is something that they may start rallying together more as they're trying to get through this economic hardship, and that might help bond that. And if they start seeing what Riviera has done, maybe we can try and coordinate having somebody from that board point out how it happened there and how you can get it started. I think that might be a little bit of that hand holding that can happen.
Okay, yeah, that'd be useful, and I think the idea might also be good, as Commissioner Strutzenberg said, that to break it down into 2 or 3 sections so that not everyone, you don't have 4 businesses all spread across Artesia trying to do something. Okay, but I would be interested to learn about, why a bid hasn't been created until now. So my next question is, at next month's public hearing, what exactly is the Planning Commission's output of a public hearing? Is it some kind of letter with a recommendation? Is it changes to the AACAP? What exactly is the output of the public hearing next month?
It'll be a resolution or whatever the recommendation is, recommending whatever the Planning Commission's actions are on the Artesia Aviation Corridor Area Plan. That could be as is, that could be specific changes that the Commission reaches consensus on. We'll be looking for is an action by the Planning Commission. We'll memorialize it in a resolution with an exhibit attached, which is the corridor plan, and then as amended by the Commission.
And are we going to be looking at and suggesting or modifying like the zoning that was suggested by GPAC, or the picking some parking solution, or what exactly are we?
There's no land use changes proposed or incorporated into the corridor area plan.
That will come later through the plan update. As I at last month's meeting, gave a little update on the general plan process. We still have to revisit our land use and compare it to the RENA numbers and to SB 330 and how those impacts need to be addressed. And then it'll come to you before it goes to City Council for them to make a decision on the land use element and the general plan update itself.
Okay. Those are the questions I had. Traffic, parking, things like that. Certainly with parking, if there are any, we go through that process. That's one of the recommendations is to do a study on how to improve that. Any of those changes would again have to come to the Planning Commission for your recommendations. Okay, and so those are my questions, and then just my last highlight is I really think there's a lot of positive things in the plan, and I think the number one thing to just kind of show commitment is the funding part of it. If we can start moving on funding, then I think everything else can move along, and everything else is not in the theoretical land if you can start getting some funding for things. So yeah, those are my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I really do appreciate all the focus in this part of the city. There have been a lot of improvements in recent years, the Edison right-of-way improvements, or the North Redondo Strand, as I call it, median landscaping, lighting, the storefront improvement program, public art. I mean, there's a lot of great things happening in these areas, which is fantastic. It's been neglected for a long time. Helping those local businesses in this time with temporary use permits is great. Those are available on the city website for anyone who needs information, or reach out to the planning department. There's also items in here like the corridor experience sidewalks, which would go through Public Works. I'm still struggling to envision how that would work, given that you've got cars whizzing by around 40 miles an hour, not far away. But finding creative solutions like that is how we're going to help local businesses both survive right now and really guide us in the future towards making this a more walkable and enjoyable community benefit rather than just a commuter corridor. I think there's a lot of really interesting and creative ideas coming out of this. It's great to see a lot of smart people putting their minds into it and getting a lot of good feedback. I think it's great. And, hopefully we'll make some good progress here, but it's going to take time. And obviously the world's changing right now. So some of this is going to change with it. Commissioner Ung.
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
No problem. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, just real quick, the Artesian Aviation Corridors Area Plan, draft January 2020 that was included in the agenda packet. Who put that together?
Our consultant, PlaceWorks, that's working on the general plan update.
Was it a separate line item, or was it just part of the overall package we paid for?
It was an amendment to the general plan update contract, and very specifically outlined the components that the city was requiring be included within the document, and timing and costs.
It was separately funded in that amendment to so it wasn't pulling away from the general plan update itself.
Right, but how much did it cost us?
I turn to Sean because he's
amendment one. I can't even, I'll have to report back. I can't remember. I was like
ballpark, 50,000, 80,000?
50.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would be, my guess would be in that range, that we've already paid 50 to 80,000 just to put this together.
Definitely not 80.
It's not cheap. Okay.
Commissioner Ung.
Okay, as soon as I said I looked it up. There was one conclusion that was made in the report, that they didn't want any more mixed use. And I guess, it's currently certain parts of the north, I forget, maybe south, but is currently zoned for mixed use. And if, it just seems that if you were wanting more connection and pedestrian friendly, that you wouldn't have changed it. And I was just wondering what the thought behind getting away from mixed use might have been. That doesn't seem intuitive.
Yeah, that there was a lot of debate at the General Plan Advisory Committee about that. And, you know, that was one of the underlying land use decisions that they made, and about the general plan update for the corridor. So it was part of the land use discussions, but you know, this document has to be consistent with where the land use, you know, what the land use designations are going to be. So and this is a document that was acted on and reviewed and recommended by the General Plan Advisory Committee. So it's consistent with the discussion from General Plan Advisory Committee, and there was healthy debate about it. But hopefully, they just were in favor of not having any additional mixed use on the corridor.
So it's supposed to be consistent with what the GPAC will be proposing, or what we currently are. I've never heard of.
It's supposed to be consistent with the recommended land use plan, and that could change. So there might be this document if mixed use is back.
Well, bear in mind though that this document doesn't specify what the uses are. There is that preferred comment that Commissioner Tupperow had mentioned. But this doesn't lay out the land use. And I think that it talks about what the GPAC is interested in and what they are looking to recommend, but it only does that in the sense of that's what they want, you know, what their discussions were. And the reason being was we wanted to be able to move forward with this document and not have it held up with what the land use actually does get adopted. So it does have to comply with our existing, which it does, and it does need to comply with it, but it just acknowledges what conversation the GPAC has had about land use.
Okay.
And I'm actually on the GPAC as well, and I'll just say that there were a lot of discussions about what the appropriate land use was, whether or not it should be mixed use or not. And there was definitely a mix of opinions on that issue. Some of the concerns that some people raised were with regard to how, when you see other mixed use projects throughout the city, not just Redondo, but in other areas, how are those comparing to other that are just purely commercial? The type of businesses that you're getting in there, are they actually staying fully occupied? Would that work for the size lots, especially with the depths that we have and with the parking considerations and limitations that we have, which made a lot of decisions very, very difficult because there were things that just can't work on the Artesia corridor, for example, just because of the way that the lots are situated. But there was a lot of debate around all of that.
Thank you. Commissioner Topero.
Yeah, I do agree with Commissioner Ong about this mixed use and that it would be good to have. So I'm glad to know that it's still a flexible item in this discussion. And then just again about the money, you know, when we started the Public Art Commission, we just we pretty much had nothing, and you know, now we have a constant flow of money going through there for the project. So it's been really good. So regardless of the pandemic, I'm sure we will find a way to do this.
You, Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, just a question. So after the Planning Commission, this item will go to the City Council for their input and changes and approval of the resolution. Is that right?
Correct.
And after the City Council approves it, and it is our, you know, kind of plan for the corridors, can we start doing things? Like, for example, one of the suggestions in there is to make connection between the neighborhood and the, you know, current Artesia Boulevard, and that's in the purview of the Planning Commission, right? To allow the pass-throughs. So can we start working on that?
It is. We'll have to, you know, the drafting of the language in the resolution will be critical. We really, to really make it, our plan to make it actionable is then to come back to the planning commission after, let's say, city council approves it with a zoning ordinance amendment similar to what we have in the way we reference our residential design guidelines. Putting a statement in the planning commission design review criteria and the other entitlement criteria that it has to be compliant, with the Artesia Aviation Corridor area plan.
Okay, but so I guess the direct answer is yes, we could start work after city council approves it.
Yes, we wouldn't be able to enforce those residential design guidelines, or the design guidelines that are a part of this, but those other components, all those other recommendations could absolutely we could start moving forward with those. It just all comes down to how are we finding the funding for it, if it's things that require other entities, other agencies, businesses to comply, like we talked about with the bid. Those are the things that we could start, and that's again why we wanted to keep the land use recommendations out of this specifically, so that we could go ahead and move forward with it and didn't have to wait until it went through that whole general plan update.
Okay, and how about things like the public art thing? Like, I think they're great ideas that were in the plan on the entry points, and could we start working? Not us, but I mean, could we recommend the city council, to start, that activity and maybe start budget and finance commission on investigating, funding sources or something? Like, can we get going while we're waiting on all this land use stuff?
Yes, exactly. Yes, we can.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, the Public Art Commission already, we had put in place, a priority of lists of what to do and the list of projects for the city of Redondo Beach, and that is very high up on the list. So the present commission does that have on the top as what to do. So there's no point in doing anything until we know what it is that we can do. But we over the 8 years, we had all sorts of really great ideas for the Artesia corridor. So that's going to happen with the Public Art Commission and their funds. And hopefully, I can't think of the person's name that was helping us with the grant writing. It was quite some time ago, but there'll be funds out there that can supplement the funds of the commission. And we'll make it happen.
Are there any other questions or comments for staff, or we want to make a motion to continue and review the discussion to the August 20th Planning Commission meeting?
And I'll go ahead and make that motion that we continue for the August meeting and continue to review it.
It'll be advertised as a public hearing, so it's kind of wonky. This is discussion here, but we'll actually. So I don't know if you continue the discussion.
I think it would be good just to go ahead and do that, just so that the public anybody who's still out there listening, the public can recognize that we are going to continue this for the next meeting.
Do we need that motion then?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. So just to be clear to the public, first I'll let someone make a motion.
Okay, so I'll just amend the motion to say that this meeting will be continued in the public participation format for August.
Second it.
Mm-hmm.
A motion by Commissioner Toprow, seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Toprow.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Vice Chair Glad.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. The motion passes. So just to be clear for members of the public, we'll be discussing this again next month on August 20th. So please get your feedback in, ask questions. The sooner you can get those thoughts in, the better. But we'll be going through this in much more detail with more public input next month. This takes us to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. I know we had some blue folder items. Are there any e-comments?
No, Chair, there's not for this.
Okay. That brings us to commission items and referrals to staff. Any commission members have a referral for staff? Or an item to bring up? Okay. I'd just like to say on a personal note, thank you to all of our healthcare heroes, our first responders, and everyone else who's helping get us through this global pandemic. So I know it's scary times, but thank you to everyone. We moved items from staff around on the agenda. Council action on planning commission matters. Have anything there?
There's nothing there.
Okay, final roll call of the night then. Would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Vice Chair Glad to adjourn the meeting. Final roll call vote, Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes, be well and be safe.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Vice Chair Glad.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. We are adjourned at 11:21. Thank you everyone for hanging in there. Thank you staff and thank you commissioners, and have a good night. Stay safe and healthy.